Hey, good morning, you guys. I was working on something. I'm going to drop some videos, but um later on, y'all make sure y'all hit the like button if anybody's up. Y'all, my dogs get me up early. They have to use the restroom and they be wanting a snack because I don't be wanting to feed them so early. So I give them a snack and give them some water. They go on back to sleep. Now they knocked out. They get up every morning to use the restroom at like 5:30. They're basically my alarm clock for work. Hey, Angel, the real boss. Are we the only ones up? It looks like we're the only ones up. I was gonna wait to come on later, but hey, Miss Keita, how's everybody doing this morning? I hope you all doing good on this Sunday morning, y'all. I was up looking at while I was up. I started looking at um. I am up, had knee surgery, hard for me to sleep. Hey, Black Butterfly. Oh wow. So has your knees been hurting since you had the surgery? Like is it sore? It is so cold. Mm. This is that kind of weather that makes you want to stay in and be up under the covers. I'm gonna have to turn some heat on though. I was looking at like all of the hey it's Naya, all of the domestic violence cases where so many women are losing their lives. Hey, Miss Muffin, like meeting. Hey, Bridge HPT2. Lose Miss Muffin. Oh, listen, my moderators. I need for my moderators um to send me a message on on Facebook in my messenger. I need y'all phone numbers. Yeah. I'm gonna have to turn mine on in a few minutes too. I like being up under the covers, but I don't like being cold. My feet cold, so you know when your feet cold, that means it's really cold. And then y'all know it's gonna always be cooler where I am because that air coming up off of that water is is it makes it colder. Um, hey, Miss Anissa. Anissa, how the baby doing? But I was looking at that, you guys, how women are losing their lives, and it's something because people have so many mental illnesses. One lady in I think it was in North Carolina. It's been a lot of women losing their lives to domestic violence in North Carolina and South Carolina. I think South Carolina is like really the numbers are really high now. Always was, but um, it's really it's something. So even if you're a man too, you have to be really careful because it's so many people that are off of their rockers. They're like on drugs or taking some type of meds. Um, it's really it's really sad. It is. It's really sad. And normally that there are signs like I was up when I was up praying this morning. My prayer is because I know a lot of us are single on here, and my prayer is like, and my mother used to always say that when you pray, make sure you ask God to ask for the man to be kind and patient. And she said kindness is very important. She said, I know we're always praying for wealth and all of that. And she was like, but make sure you pray for him to be kind and patient because you know, my mama used to always say that, now I understand, because people like offer their rockers, like, you know, we pray for wealth, but you know, we want somebody that will work, that don't mind working hard, and then together you can build a wealth, you know. But some people be wanting for them already to be wealthy, and hey, it ain't nothing wrong with asking for that. But as long as he's a hard worker and is realistic, he's a good steward of money. Because some people, as soon as they get money, they spending it. And one of the things that I don't like, a red flag to me is a man that likes to borrow money. You're a grown man and you wanting to borrow money. It's something wrong with that. That means you're not a good steward of money. You don't know how to save and stuff. Um, I look at my girls, and my girls are in their 20s, and they pay bills and stuff. And my babies never ask me to borrow any money. And that's because they're responsible. They are a good steward of money. Now I feel like they waste money, but they prioritize their money. They both got new vehicles. Um they got bills, you know, they pay bills and stuff. I'm talking about like light bills and rent and stuff like that. So um the last time one of my daughters asked me to borrow some money, it's been so long. And when she asked me, it shocked me. I was like, I hurry up and sent it to her. Like, she was like, Mama, can I borrow $300? I was like, huh? And that was my baby girl. Like, I didn't question it because she's very responsible. She works extremely hard, always working overtime, just saving, you know, bought her first car cash and from someone that I knew, and it lasted her a long time. Now she's got a spanking brand new car, credit and stuff really good. That's why, you know, as far as my oldest daughter, somebody has sold her information, and it's somebody that is getting cancer treatments off of her in her name, which is something, but it's being investigated. But that's why I say y'all have to be extremely careful, because people working in places selling or got access to information that they shouldn't have. It's federal. That this would be the time to really start reporting stuff, because they're gonna act on it. Okay, up under this administration, because they're losing a lot of money through scams. But that was just one thing, and looking at that, you know, you don't know if people are going to snap out. You have to look at like histories, know a person's family history, you know. um I was looking at this guy from out of Maryland. This girl met him, and she was going to school and stuff, was a good girl. He had been in jail, but I guess he I call himself was um had turned his life around. And when she told him she didn't want to be with him anymore, he flipped out on her and killed her. I think I played that video. I did a video on that. But here's the thing. A few years prior, or when he was younger, his dad was in jail for killing his wife. So a lot of times that stuff runs like that mental illness, that craziness, where people snap out. You could tell a lot through family history. Them genes kind of travel. What's up, the Sype dog? So we have to be, you know, stay prayed up, be extremely wise, and not look over red flags. Okay, don't look over the red flags. Sometimes, you know, my mother said something the other day as it relates to somebody in our family, and they had a child. And so, but they're not together anymore. They're so young. But they started out as being best friends and stuff. And my mom was like, you know what, they were just meant to be friends anyways. And that's so true. They were sometimes, you know, it's not even meant for you to date a person. It's meant for you all to be friends. And I think people get the issues confused. Like, I have a friend right now, I've been friends with him for 25 years. And when he told me he was interested in dating, it shocked me. He was like, "But I have been interested in dating you." And for some reason, I cannot date him. I can't date him. He would be a good provider. He's successful. He's about to retire from the PD. He's been on the PD for almost 30 years. No, really. Oh, he's been for like 36 years. And he's gone all the way up the rank to colonel. And I think a lot of people would look at him as a lick. I wouldn't. I don't, because I value our friendship so much. Like, he's very what's the word that I'm looking for? Level-headed. I'm not really into dating police officers, even though he's my friend anymore. Like, I've dated two police officers in the past. One of them went all the way up to be the police chief, director actually of the whole department. But I'm not into dating police officers. Okay. But that's my friend. He would be ideal for some woman. He would be such a good husband. But I told him I need him as my friend. I need him as my friend. Like, I don't wanna take a chance on losing one of my best friends just for some dick. I don't want that. No, it wasn't Armstrong. No, it was not Tony. No, it wasn't Tony. Tony's a real nice guy. It wasn't him though. Yeah. So it's just good to pray for stuff like that. Somebody that you could depend on, that's going to take care of you, that's not looking for you to take care of them. I think it's so sad now that you have men that want to come up off of women and want for a woman to take care of them. When they start, if they ask you for money, thank you, darling. When they ask you for money, or they ask you for anything financially, you already that ain't the man for me. Okay. Now I've always, like Christmas, exchanging gifts, or like Valentine's, or for a birthday. Yeah, if that's somebody that you've been, hey, I guess it ain't nothing wrong with that. But I've seen like women go overboard. I've seen women like go overboard, like spending thousands of dollars on a man for his birthday or for Christmas and stuff like that. To me, that's like saying pick me or something. It's not necessary. And most men, when they really care about you, they don't even want that. They just like your company. They just like your character, being up under you. They don't want, and they dare not, even if they are broke, they dare not ask you for anything. Okay, because their pride won't allow them to ask them for anything from a woman. Okay, and I think a lot of women don't understand that. That's why when these bitches got on here lying on me, don't even know me. Okay, don't know nothing about me, just defamation of character. Hey, and I ain't gonna even get into it. And a motherfucker talking about I gave him $650 that ain't never even seen me in person. And even if he had, he wouldn't have got $650 from me. I ain't never gave $650 to a man that I was in love with, because they ain't never been sorry enough to ask me for it. Okay. So somebody that I wasn't, never seen, never met would get it. Okay. So I think that I think that that's right, lying ass. Strict defamation of character, just lies. That's to stop people from supporting my channel. She giving her money away to me and don't support her channel. I went and got me a lawyer. You're not gonna defame my character. It makes me mad. And so then I need you, whoever said it, if I need you to produce it. Okay, so you ain't gonna get nothing out of these folks on here, but you can get them for harassment and defamation of character. That's been one of my problems. I've never been able to accept from a woman. I've always right. That's what my dad taught me. My dad taught me that that men are providers. I mean, that's all I've ever seen. A man provides. He is a provider. Okay? A man is a provider. Now, with that situation, with the situation with the person I was telling y'all about before, you know, we had tried to date, and I'm not even mad at that person. I'm mad about the route that they took. They went on a smear campaign. They tried to go on a smear campaign because I think that Mr. Parker had wanted to prove to that lady that he had been with, he really should have stayed with her. And I'm not trying to talk bad about Mr. Parker. I became very disappointed in the way that he handled things. Okay. But I got to see how the real him, like the way that she said that he was. And she was only telling me that. I'm not naive now. She was telling me all that stuff about him because she wanted him back. But one of the things that my mother was saying to me, she said, now, my mama said, now, it worries me. And we talk about this because I think we all go through the same things. Like, I'm not ashamed of anything. Okay. Because I feel like they're life lessons. My mama said, but you have to understand, like, why would a person just uproot from where they are to come and be with you? She said, that's what no person that is rooted and that's got something is going to do that. She said, I'm scared that he's wanting to jump on your back. And I said, well, I'm not going to allow that. Now, he had a job when he left. He had a pretty good job. One of the things that had concerned me about him was that he was not a good steward of money. And I told him that, like, you spent a lot of your money on Ralph Lauren clothes. Hey, Diane, on Ralph Lauren clothes, and you're not gonna be able to do that. Okay. Another thing that had concerned me was when he lost his job, he wanted to work at clothing stores. And I said, well, you're not gonna, I mean, that can't happen either. How you can't live where I live at and work at a clothing store. Okay. And I, like I said, he did the very worst. Like he went and he got with I don't know if they sought him out, but other vloggers, and he tried to he did some stuff that he should not have done. And I still got audio of what that lady was saying about him that I haven't even put out. Cause I just ain't gonna do it. As of right now, I'm not. Okay. And so anyways, like I said, I thought that, okay, well, he got his shortcomings, but he said that he was going to work hard. He was like, I'm going to work hard and I'm gonna make sure that I take care of you and this and that. And I was like, okay, he might not have a business mind, but I can teach him. I can show him how to have a business mind as long as he works hard, right? I had no idea that he meant he was going to work hard by just doing content while I took care of him. That was never going to happen. I've never in my life, on my daddy's grave, God kill me dead right now, ever had to take care of a man. Never will I. Okay. And so yeah, I think it was unfortunate. Like I said, the lady was calling me every single day, and the stuff that she was saying about him was so, it was so terrible. It started to, I'm gonna tell you the thing that started to scare me. Okay, hey, so real TV, the stuff that started to scare me was when she was talking about she had put him on mental meds. And she's like, and don't upset him because he used to beat the shit out of me. He used to beat the shit out of me. I said, well, why you stay with him for so long? But you know, there was paperwork. You know, she was like, and this and that, and I mean, he was arrested for it, but she, you know, and I don't want to get into that. One time, right? But she said he did it to her all the time. So that kind of had me kind of bothered. It's like, dog, like, I know if he put his hands on me, I'm gonna have to go ahead and lay him down for good. You know? Yeah, she was manipulative because till I understood, because she would talk about how sorry he was. He wouldn't pay bills and stuff. You say he gave me $40 a week. But then she would turn around and say, she would turn around and say, she called, I know he had worked at a clothing store, that he was trying to get back on it, right? And he was like, well, they put me on a no hire list because they said I walked out. Well, that ain't why they put him on the, and I was like, that's weird, but why would you want to work at a clothing store? I said, how much were they paying? Like $11, $12. I said, but you're not aiming to make $11, $12 now, are you? You know, stuff like that. I don't be trying to be harsh, but that's something, a job you take if you're going, like, as a second part-time job, making that. And so she said, well, so anyways, he was calling the execs and shit. And but anyway, come to find out, like, I never told him that I was talking to her. And the reason I was because I as women, you know, we have curiosity about stuff. And so she said, well, he ain't getting that job back. I said, why not? She said, well, because he was cheating on me so much, I had to become friends with everybody over there at the job, his managers and stuff. She said, so to see what he had going on. So she said one of the last times he cheated, one of the managers she had became friends with, she called and supposedly let them know that he had been bringing clothes home that he wasn't paying for it. Now, this is according to her. She said, so they was already looking into him. So when he say something else happened, but behind the closed doors, she was the one, because I felt like it was thin to put a person as a no hire based on what he said happened. But what she said happened, it was about true. She pushed that button on him, okay? And so anyways, like I said, it was so much that she told me, like, I felt some of it may have been, but she was so mad. She told me shit she never should even told me. Okay. Of course I won't repeat right now because I'm not him. Okay, I'm not him. But I never would have said anything, but I said all that to say this. I got into, because I wouldn't even intend to talk about him. The real person comes out. What you see in the end is the person. Like me, I was calm and I was quiet, and but people don't. I mean, people don't really know how I felt. I had Diane to confide in and to help me through whatever emotions I was feeling in the beginning, because I fought with myself. I was like, was I wrong to send him back home because he lost his job? But it wasn't because he lost his job. It was because he didn't have no motivation. He wanted me to do everything. It was more so, I'm gonna help you to make sure you do this. I mean, just add more on my plate while he just sat on the couch. That wasn't gonna happen. I've never had that happen. Like, I just didn't see the motivation. It was gonna get worse, and I think we had moved too fast. So, anyways, once he saw that I wasn't gonna do whatever she was doing, because some women make the mistake of wanting to keep a man handicapped so that they can control them. That's not me. I like for the man to be the boss, but he's got to be pay the cost. Okay, not I pay the cost and you be the boss. That's twisted. Okay, that's not how it is, or should be, or supposed to be. But anyways, I ain't got no issues with him. Like, I got past it. I liked him, of course, but it was easy for me to, after I saw what he did when he wanted to prove to her, because he went back to her. Okay, she talked about his kids and his mama and his family. And here's the thing: this lady is married. She's been married the whole 15 years she's been with him. And the thing about it is, I couldn't understand what made her think she had the right to speak about his black daughters being unwedded and having babies and being on food stamps. Bitch, you married to a man and you've been laying up, and you left him for Parker. Okay. And it's funny because she said that she was mad. And at first I was like, I was like, this lady, because she told me so much, I was like, did she think she made a fool out of me? I felt like, you know how your emotions and stuff be all up in the air in the beginning. So anyways, you know, it's funny because her husband, okay, had said, because it kind of got a little messy. It almost did, but it didn't. Her husband was like, I felt like she thought she had made a fool out of me. Okay. And so her husband was like, in the beginning, she had told me, and he said, in the beginning, I felt like that she was dating him. And because she used to invite them over to our house and his kids and stuff, and we used to look at the game and stuff together. He said, and I thought she was actually just trying to help a single dad out. He said, and my mind told me that she was sleeping with him. And he said, the way that he said, and she would say, I would never sleep with a black man. He said, no offense to you. He said, and I would think about how she talked about black people. And I said, well, maybe she not. Maybe she just, I would never let a black man touch me. And he said, so I thought about, well, maybe she's not. And then he says, when she decides to leave me, she go with him. Well, she able to control him. She feels like he think, that's why she said to me, he left me. You're a black woman. He don't even like black women. She felt like she was a trophy, because that's why his black nothing ass made her think, even though he got a black mama and black daughters. Okay. And so, yeah, she was bold. And so, anyways, like I said, she was calling me every single day, y'all. It had me so stressed out, because I mean, she told me shit she never should even told me. Okay. And I would listen. I ain't had nothing to say. I would just listen. Okay. But it worked. Everything worked out the way that it should have worked out. But I was very disappointed in how he handled things. And you know what she told me? He did you like that because he was trying to protect me. He You black ass bastard. You black Sambo. That's why I call him a goddamn Sambo, a damn buck dancing Sambo. That's what he is, okay? Because all he had to do was go on back and just go on, and because once he saw that I wasn't gonna do what she had been doing, I think he was ready to go anyways, okay? Because see, he was gonna have to pull his, he was gonna, you know, I wanted him to be the head, but he was gonna work to be the head, okay? He wasn't gonna be on no slave farm, okay? Hold on, y'all. But things always work out the way that they should. And I never would have even brought this stuff up. I never would have even said anything if he had not did it first. Okay. I had not said anything about that man. Okay. Yeah, hold on. Okay, you guys, I'm back. One of my friends texted me early this morning. I don't know for them to be texting me that early. Something got to be wrong. I hope everything is okay. I just happened to look at my phone. Hey Ashley. Y'all hold on. Okay, you guys, I'm back. It says still praying for furlough. So you guys, are the furlough workers going to get their federal benefits? And I said that to say this. Let me say this, because I'm not mad or anything like that as it relates to that. I'm not gonna even speak about it anymore. But I think, because at that time, like I said, I was coming out of a depression, and to not handle it like an adult would, I think was messed up of him to do that. Okay. But like I said, he got on here and he got active because he needed to prove to her, I think, that that I ain't mean nothing to him. And so I didn't fight back at that point, because I was trying to get I was just getting into like my positive affirmations, and I was so happy to be getting back to myself and stuff, that I didn't want to do anything that was going to pull me back into a depression. I'm real good now, okay? And so now I didn't even want to really think about it. But now that I think about it, you know what I mean? Because if I had been myself, I'd have been I've been jabbing that nigga. I probably would have put that audio up of everything that she said and everything. I'm so glad that I didn't fight back like that, right? As a matter of fact, I'm glad I didn't deal with it even at that point. But it's just the idea of, I was thinking about that, about when I was looking at like women in bad situations and all of that, that are being taken out, unfortunately. And a lot of women are flipping out and taking out either the new girlfriend or the man, because some people just cannot deal with rejection, right? And that's what I was talking about, staying prayed up and asking God to send you somebody, first of all, that's got make sure their mental health is right, right? Make sure their mental health is right. And hey, make sure there's not a long line of a mental illness in their family, okay? But that's why I brought that up. Not to necessarily bash him, because I'm so far past that, but it's just the idea that even when he was around me, I did what I could to, even with all the stress that was on my back, everything that was going through my head, me knowing that I had moved too fast, and being disappointed in his motivation and all of that. Just even in my disappointments, I did what I could not to be low down to anybody that was inside of my house. You know what I mean? I knew it wasn't gonna work out at some point, because I knew I was on the move. I was on the move, and I couldn't take a man and put him on my back. I've never had to do that. Okay. Even if he couldn't put me on his back at that point, at least he could have. I thought, well, at least he could keep up with me. But he had other plans. Okay. His goals and my goals were totally different. I believe in working hard. Okay. I believe in working hard and carrying my own water to work hard. I couldn't carry his too. Okay. Because one of the things that he said to me, and this is when I knew, um, hey, that this it wasn't gonna work out. He would try to blame. He was like, "You working for the feds? You hadn't even tried to do this for me." As far as like his driver's licenses, that's not, he had 25 years to do it. As far as trying to get that stuff expunged, I was able to just go and read and look at. He could have, even if he was considered indigent, because he had lost his job at that point, he could, they would have waived the fees. I tried to tell him that, but I was working, I was doing other things, and then it was just too much for me. You know what I mean? Because he said, I've never seen anybody that is as busy as you, but you didn't come in trying to help me with that busy. You came in trying to add. And I knew at that point he would have made me go deeper into a depression. Okay. I was not gonna find ways like that lady did to manipulate him. Okay. I needed for him to take off running like me. Okay, you lose your job, you get it back, you get a job back. you get another one. Okay, even if you have to walk up there to the fucking Chick-fil-A and work there. Okay, but you got me that reached out to somebody to get you a job that pays $20-something an hour. All you got to do is get your licenses. But you said, I want to work in fashion, as if you got a choice, right? No, you work where you don't want to work, as long as it's paying you decent until you can get what you want. But hey, I was just thinking about it. Could have turned into something real ugly. The way that he did it afterwards was really messed up. Because I could have even after it ended, we could have been cool. He could have still been coming into the chat. But what he needs to do was prove to that white lady that I'm gonna treat this bitch like a nigga bitch, even though she look at him like a nigga cuckabug head Sambo, okay, sucking dick and all, okay, like he said she do. And that's another thing. It's so much stuff that she said that I could have put out on that Negro to even question his sexuality, that it's ridiculous. But I chose not to do that because, see, I got it on audio. It would have been coming from a mouth while he tried to dog me out. All the stuff that he put out, folks came right back and told me, and I didn't put that out there. Okay, I didn't put that out there. But hey, I need, because see, I started getting madder and madder and madder. I started thinking about what them folks told me about that Negro said about me. I'll get madder and madder and madder. So what I need to do is just abort that conversation. Okay. It's just still praying for furlough federal workers working and non-working. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, but ask God to send you. He said, I want to send you this play on live. I can give you the timestamp. Okay. He said a play. Okay. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. $112. Okay. I'm ready to pull it up here. Hold on.
He pled guilty to 5 years in prison and agreed not to ask for probation. He agreed to go to prison.
Kraft says because Johnson was so well behaved in prison, he was given probation and released.
Now, according to some rumors, Straight Drop's girlfriend, who I'll leave unnamed, was actually the person who identified him to the police, as told by the YouTuber True Results.
Was Justin Johnson's girlfriend, get it, to leaving the scene with Justin Johnson after the shooting. To also advise that she witnessed Justin Johnson shoot into the bowling alley at a vehicle.
Soon after the case, the girlfriend was allegedly dating 38-year-old Howard Barnett, also known as Nookie or Rico, not to be confused with Rico from Pooh Shiesty's Chopper Gang, who is allegedly killed by the Trula Mafia-affiliated Y&R clique. But by July 2017, Rico, aka Barnett, had mysteriously vanished without a trace, and despite ongoing searches, he's still never been found. Then, on October 6, 2017, when the girlfriend made a now-deleted Facebook post about Rico's disappearance, Straight Drop would disturbingly react to the post with a laughing emoji. Adding to the mystery, when authorities eventually located Rico's vehicle vehicle, it had been burned and abandoned about 60 miles outside of Memphis near a shed with a metal door. Then over a year later, in late 2018, when Straight Drop returned to music with a song called Letter to Ops, the music video appeared to have been filmed inside a shed eerily similar to the one found near the crime scene, complete with the distinctive metal door and a chilling scene showing a bound victim who was executed by the end of the video. These coincidences seem to point towards something strange going on beneath the surface, which was further boosted by the fact that Straight Drop would eventually get back together with his ex who had dated Rico. Although to be absolutely clear, there is no real proof that Straight Drop or the girlfriend had anything to do with Rico's disappearance, and these are all just internet rumors. But what seemed obvious was that Straight Drop and his good friend CEO Teezy were both driven to get out of the streets and try and make it through the music industry, following the path that their good friend J Money had set for them years earlier before his untimely passing, and therefore Straight Drop would keep releasing songs, hoping one of them would finally open the door for him. But by the end of the year, something other than determination was beginning to show, as he appeared to be envious, as CEO Teezy would post a video on Facebook of Key Glock and Young Dolph freestyling on Tim Westwood TV while tagging Straight Drop and adding emojis that appeared to throw subtle shade at Young Dolph and Key Glock. Straight Drop echoed the sentiment, simply commenting, "Nah," and when other True La Mafia members commented that Young Dolph needed to put them on, in other words sign them, Straight Drop's reply was simply, "No cap." Yet despite what seemed like hating, it was clear that Straight Drop wanted to be on the label and even had direct access to Dolph, but for whatever reason, Young Dolph never signed him. As he later explained to Genius, Dolph had strict standards for who he chose to bring onto the label.
I know when somebody really wants it. I know when somebody listen. I know when somebody bullshit. I know when somebody's just around just to be around and get whatever they trying to get. You see what I'm saying? So when you got talent, like you look around, it's like, I ain't signing no million artists. You know what I mean? Everybody want me to sign them. But it's like at the end of the day, when I sign somebody, bro, it's more than just all that studio. You know what I mean? Them songs. It's like, I gotta really be able to deal with the person, like the person, and really like the vibe they give out.
Just 2 months after this, in February 2019, Straight Drop found himself back behind bars after violating his probation, a setback that would keep him locked up for the next 2 years. Yet even during his time in jail, people around him had still believed he had star potential, such as CEO Teezy, who made a post wishing for his freedom so he could sign a deal. However, as 2020 rolled in, Paper Route Empire announced a new artist, Big Moochie Grape, who, as mentioned in a previous chapter, was affiliated with True La Mafia's enemies like Double R, signaling that Young Dolph's camp was moving on without Straight Drop. From inside his prison cell, Straight Drop would post a message that hinted at growing resentment, as he wrote, "It's my fault for thinking they're real, but it is what it is." From that moment on, it seemed like Straight Drop's, and likely the entire True La Mafia's attention, would slowly begin to turn away from Paper Route Empire towards CMG. And by 2021, around the time of Drop's release from prison, CEO Teezy would text Big Jook with a message saying he's got this rapper named Straight Drop and that Jook needs to meet him. By May 2021, after his release from prison, Straight Drop seemed determined once again to chase his musical ambitions. And as Hernandez Govan later explained on No Jumper, Drop had both the street credibility and raw talent needed to make it big, and if he landed a deal, Govan would earn a finder's fee.
Do club performances every day, but you were thinking, this guy seems like he has the talent to get signed to a legitimate label deal. I want to basically guide him into that opportunity and then get my percentage.
Definitely. He definitely had the talent. He definitely had the street credibility.
Still, Straight Drop's criminal record made him a risky investment.
That was one of my brother's main concerns. Like, what if we do this and he on federal probation, and what if he go and anything happen in the streets, you know, then the money is just a loss.
But nevertheless, Hernandez Govan and his brother decided to take a chance on him anyway, investing an initial $10,000 advance to help Straight Drop focus on music.
So we came up with the idea of, well, let's just give him $10,000 as an advance.
Okay.
And if we give him the $10,000, I get him to agree, look, this for you. You don't have to be in the streets trying to be selling no weed and moving around. Just focus on making some music, and let's just try to get this out the ground.
By September 2021, Govan's support had paid off, as Drop secured features with rising artists like Big 30 and Big Homie G, with footage of a recording session showing Govan and the three rappers together in the studio being posted on YouTube, with hashtags clearly aiming to get CMG's attention. Under the surface, this video also reflected the ever-changing rivalries and alliances in the Memphis streets, as Big 30 and Big Homie G's gang, the KSBG, had previously been very close with the Double R gang, who True La Mafia were in a deadly war with, but things had since become more complex between them and would eventually have evolve into an actual beef, and this was just the tip of the iceberg, as evidence later suggested during the Hernandez-Govan trial that deeper connections were forming between Memphis's intertwined music industry and street networks. On July the 9th, Straight Drop would allegedly text CEO Teasy telling him they needed to spin the streets as someone named Duke had pulled up on Dolph. This was perhaps referring to none other than Stupid Duke, the founder of Young Mob, who had just been released from prison in early 2021 and had since started his own rap career and was now looking to work together with Dolph's PRE label, as he had mentioned during his 2020 jail call interview. The message that followed talked about Dolph renting the same studio out for the rest of the year and told Teasy to call Juk to make some, the implication perhaps being that now they knew where Dolph could be found, he would be easy to take out after a deal had been put together with Gotti's brother. Then towards the end of the month, on July the 27th, 2021, Hernandez-Govan texted Straight Drop telling him to meet him at Still Smoking Memphis, an establishment co-owned by Yo Gotti's brother Big Juk and a man named Lambert McDaniels, better known as Uncle Am. Uncle Am's background would add another layer to the story, as he allegedly had direct ties to the infamous Memphis mob gang and had previously been indicted alongside Memphis drug lords Ronnie and Steve Woods for running a network that stretched from Memphis to Texas. This meeting marked the first face-to-face contact between Straight Drop and Big Juk and was a moment that would quietly set major events into motion, as the two exchanged contact information, establishing a direct line of communication. Just one day later, the violence began, as Straight Drop sent a text message containing an address to a man named Jermaine Sears. Within 50 minutes of that message, chaos erupted at the 821 South Highland Street, where witnesses reported a tan BMW being chased by a burgundy Dodge Charger into an auto shop parking lot. Moments later, a man identified as Terrence Baker, also known as the PRE artist Paper Route Wu, jumped out of the BMW and ran on foot as three suspects exited the Charger and opened fire. Roughly an hour after the shooting, authorities discovered the abandoned Dodge Charger on the side of the road. Inside, investigators found a drinking glass, an iPhone, and prints on the rearview mirror, all of which would later link back to Justin Johnson, aka Straight Drop, as well as two men named Rashad Hill and Cavasius Wesley. Almost 3 weeks later, tension erupted once again, when around 2 p.m. a frantic 911 call came in from 3645 Allendale in South Memphis. The caller, who refused to identify himself but was later confirmed to be Paper Route Wu, told dispatchers he was in the middle of a shootout and needed the police urgently. As the call continued, his voice dropped to a whisper as he told the operator he was hiding behind a house and that there were multiple enemy vehicles in the area. Throughout this whole time and up until Young Dolph's murder, cell phone records showed active contact between Hernandez-Govan, Big Juk, and Young Dolph's accused killers, Straight Drop and Cornelius Smith. But one thing stood out clearly. While Straight Drop communicated directly with Juk several times a day, his contact with the other shooter, Cornelius Smith, was noticeably limited, nor did Cornelius Smith at any point communicate with Big Juk directly, pointing to Straight Drop being the direct link between Juk and the shooting. When November 2021 arrived, that pattern became even more defined, until November the 15th, when everything shifted again, as Straight Drop suddenly had no calls with Juk, yet placed 14 calls to Cornelius Smith, pointing to the alleged mastermind, perhaps consciously distancing himself from Straight Drop in preparation for what was about to come. Then, when November the 17th dawned, the network came alive once more, as both Straight Drop and Cornelius Smith's cell phones pinged at Smith's house at 1766 Wild Rose Street, just 2 miles from the Makeda's cookie shop where Young Dolph would soon lose his life. When opening statements were made during Young Dolph's later murder trial, court revelations described a hidden trail of drive-bys, ambushes, and retaliation, and among those incident was an alleged attempt on Yo Gotti's life, which may have been ordered by Young Dolph prior to his murder. That same story brought up in court was later repeated by Hernandez-Govan, the alleged mastermind behind Dolph's murder, who later told No Jumper that the word on the street was that Dolph had allegedly placed a hit on Yo Gotti.
When Cornelius, when I was approached with this, for one, I thought it was a lie, because I never heard of Dolph trying to do anything to Gotti at that point. I done heard of it the other way around. And two, Juk hadn't said nothing to me about no beef or Dolph trying to kill his brother, so.
According to Govan, when Big Juk was informed about the alleged hit in 2021, Juk confirmed that Gotti's truck had been shot at, but the bulletproof plating had kept Yo Gotti alive.
He was leaving, and that's when he was approached by Cornelius and Bobby. To my surprise, Juk didn't say, "You don't know what the you're talking about." Yeah, Juk knew what he was talking about. Matter of fact, Juk asked him how did he know that lived by his dad, and Dolph had been bragging on the drill that he, sent some people to get over with Gotti, and Gotti was in the Rolls Royce bulletproof truck.
Also, shortly before Dolph's death, another rumored confrontation took place at an airport in Miami, during which Key Glock reportedly spat in Big Juk's face while Young Dolph was present. This alleged incident was later covered by YouTuber True Results on his channel, who confirmed its validity through his own sources.
About an incident that happened at an airport in Miami between Key Glock, Dolph was there, and Big Juk.
when it was said that Key Glock spit in Big Jude's face, and the airport security had to de-escalate the situation. But it was never confirmed until now.
If true, these events partially explained the escalating tensions and violence over the past year that were about to reach a tragic resolution. In the early hours of November the 17th, 2021, surveillance cameras quietly captured movements that would later become central to one of Memphis's most shocking murders. Around 2:58 a.m. on the day of the murder, Straight Drop received a text from Trayon Ingram of a location on Bradley Street, and shortly after, Drop is captured leaving his apartment and returning with a white Mercedes-Benz that has a distinctive scratch on the back right of the vehicle. That would later be used in the shooting.
Correct. And we're at 2:41 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Shoes, sweatpants, hoodie.
Yes.
This time the hood on. That car, no way.
That's the car.
Do y'all know if Trap Lord strikes? That's Trap Lord don't strike videos, do we?
Located. That's also the car video that the keys cooking with the damage.
Okay.
But in any case, about 40 minutes before Dolph's murder, cameras recorded Straight Drop leaving Crosstown Concourse Apartments in the white Mercedes together with his young daughter, dressed in a black hoodie, grey sweatpants, and a Bass Pro Shops hat, which later matched the description of one of the shooters. Later testimony from Cornelius Smith, the second shooter, confirmed that while they had known Dolph was in Memphis for his annual Thanksgiving turkey drive, their mission that day was to find, shoot, and kill any Paper Route Empire artists that had money on their head.
They already had hits on everybody's head, and we was out looking for somebody. We didn't know we were gonna catch Dolph. We didn't know who we were gonna catch.
And he went on to explain that they had spotted Dolph's vehicle by chance, and that's when they followed him to the Makeda's cookie shop. Soon, Dolph was captured on surveillance pulling into the parking lot and entering the store alongside his brother. Moments later, two masked men emerged from the white Mercedes, with Cornelius Smith carrying a Draco, a short-barreled AK-style weapon, and Straight Drop toting a handgun, as the duo quickly ran in front of the shop window and opened fire.
Okay, they say we have to stop it and talk. Y'all, I find that, listen, that situation with Howard Barnett's brother, hey, I had heard just through the grapevine that that video that Straight Drop and them did, a letter to ops, was allegedly what they did to Howard Barnett. Okay. And it's funny because someone had said something to me recently, and they was the person was like, the person had told them that they need to go back to around that area and look around that area, and supposedly they said that they didn't even they didn't dig anything 4 feet. It's not even 4 feet, and you think about, folks spread rumors and stuff, because other people are saying it, they spread rumors. Hey, but the mere fact that they didn't check the area, they didn't get the what do they call cadaver dogs out there, okay, even though they got some of Howard's clothing. But yeah, somebody had told me that message to ops video was a demonstration of what. Okay, she said he don't strike. Just give him a shout out. Okay, I'll give him a shout out. And it was a demonstration of what they had done to Howard. And here's something too. Okay, because the person said to me, and this is like for a third party person, okay, had said to me, it was like, you know, they got him, and I don't know if they and I don't know if they had made him think that they was going to rob him. But at some point he realized what they was going to do to him, because he had fought them at first, and then he complied. One person had the gun on him, and they made him think they was going to rob him until they got him to a location that they got him to. So yeah, this is sad, and that could just be hearsay, but I think I tell you, I don't know, my mind all over the place. So the person did say to me, I think the reasoning for that person even reaching out to me, because I don't be knowing. The person did say this, you know, I know, you know, police officers tell them to go back to the area and take them dogs. Okay. And I think that's why it was on my mind, because I went to sleep thinking about him, and then I woke up yesterday morning thinking about him, and that's what made me like call missing persons and go into a damn rage. Okay, but I digress.
Chaos erupted as Dolph was immediately struck multiple times, while Dolph's brother Marcus would react quickly, drawing his weapon and returning fire, hitting Smith and grazing Straight Drop. But tragically, young Dolph was shot 22 times, including in the head, chest and back, and later testimony from the medical examiner would show Dolph's blood-soaked shirt with numerous bullet holes in it, while 4 bullets would actually be recovered from his body alongside 3 other ones from prior shootings, a grim final reminder of the violent life that he'd been living.
Do you recover bullets from the body that are still in the body at the time of the autopsy?
Yes.
How many of those did you recover?
So I recovered 4 bullets that were related to this shooting, and then there were 3 others that occurred that he had in his body from before. So remote bullets I found 3 of them.
During the murder trial, Cornelia Smith identified Straight Drop as the other shooter.
All right, who's the second person here that got on the driver's side? He's got the smaller handgun, is that right?
Yeah, bad baseball hand, bad probate line.
You're firing this crazy thing.
The guy out of Star shooting.
All right. Can proceed till Justin shoots.
In addition, cell tower data confirmed that both men's phones had pinged in the vicinity of Makita's cookies during the attack, while cell phone records revealed that Straight Drop had made a 12-second FaceTime call to Big Juk, where according to Smith's testimony, Drop spelled out the letters DOLPH. Hours after the shooting, cameras caught Straight Drop and Cornelia Smith arriving at an apartment, still wearing the same clothes from the crime scene, with investigators even later matching the color of Drop's underwear to what was seen on the surveillance footage. As later told by Straight Drop's half-brother, Jamarcus, during the trial, Drop called him soon after the murder and asked him to rent him a car, and that he had also helped arrange 3-way calls between Drop and Cornelius where they discussed getting paid by someone called Unk, who prosecutors believe to be Big Juk himself, Yogoli's brother. Within 24 hours of the shooting, Memphis police released photos of the suspects and the getaway car before the authorities would locate the same vehicle on a driveway in Orange Mound, right across the street from Hernandez Govern's house.
With breaking news, video from a neighbor that shows the alleged car used in the murder of rapper Young Dolph. Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre has confirmed it with several sources. On the right of your screen, that car being towed away. On the left is a picture of the car police are looking for from the day the murder happened. The car was found in the 1100 block of Bradley in South Memphis.
The fingerprints in the vehicle would be tied back to Cornelia Smith and Trey Ingram, with Ingram then directing the investigators to check for security footage of the white Mercedes in a parking garage of the building where Straight Drop lived, as well as security footage of a gas station where Ingram and another man appeared to trade another car for the Mercedes before Straight Drop would then allegedly drive the Mercedes back to the garage of his building. For the next few years, it was a deadly countdown as police scrambled to make arrests before the streets would deliver their own kind of justice. The first to land behind bars was Cornelia Smith, who was identified by the fingerprints left in the vehicle used in the shooting, and he was arrested almost 9 hours away in South Haven, Mississippi. As police continued to build their case, Cornelia Smith would later become their star witness. Alongside the police, internet sleuths were conducting their own investigations, and while police gathered what they could from Smith behind bars, Straight Drop was publicly self-snitching through music and social media. His first music video, released days after the shooting, was titled Stepped On and featured Big Homie G, who is Moneybagg Yo's cousin and is signed to the same Endless Entertainment label. The video included Straight Drop rocking what looked like a PRE chain on his waist, and even though the music video had been recorded weeks before the shooting, it certainly raised a few eyebrows, as the chains could possibly be traced back to the robbery of PRE artist Big Moochie Grape in 2020, which was followed by a social media post from local Memphis rapper OG Bang Wayne, who was a gangster disciple with long-standing relationships with True La Mafia.
Too many trying to get tight. Yeah, man, I should have been sniper guy. How popping these down. No rap cap. But I ain't gonna speak about that because these is snitching. But you know, this is PRE. Red Entertainment.
The robbery would result in Big Moochie Grape getting shot and put in the hospital.
Chocolate, man, I ain't having broke, white, man, I was about to touch this chocolate bomb. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? Extra $4 years, $2.
However, the incident also came with allegations of snitching against Big Moochie Grape, who allegedly identified Wayne Sanders, aka OG Bang Wayne, as the shooter. Anyway, online sleuths would later discover that one of Straight Drop's music videos had been filmed right outside the house where that white Mercedes was eventually recovered. But while the internet investigators uncovered some compelling leads, their deep dives also begun to blur the lines between evidence and speculation, and at times dangerously implicating people who were never formally charged in the killing of young Dolph. One of those was True La Mafia member JoJo Splat, whose fingerprints were found in a vehicle linked to an earlier attempted hit on Paper Route Woo alongside Straight Drop and Rashad Hill. Others pointed to True La Mafia member CEO Bobby after photos surfaced of him posing beside a white Mercedes coupe, strikingly similar to the getaway car used in the ambush. And then in February 2022, both JoJo Splat and CEO Bobby were arrested in connection with a string of car thefts across Memphis, a twist that only added to the public speculation that the pair might have been part of a wider operation that supplied stolen vehicles to the shooters during their hunt for Paper Route Empire affiliates. Meanwhile, Straight Drop showed little interest in keeping a low profile, freely flaunting stacks of money and designer outfits on Instagram even as the police closed in. He also kept releasing music, including one unreleased track that fans later viewed as a thinly veiled taunt towards young Dolph. In one verse, he raps about signing a deal, then going to kill, a lyric that in hindsight is very creepy. He would also rap about getting the drop and walking someone down with the Draco, one of the weapons used in the shooting, before ending with lines about staking out an opponent and catching them by surprise. Later comments even joked that in the same video, Straight Drop appeared to be wearing boxers that matched the color of those seen on one of the shooters in the surveillance footage. By January the 5th, 2022, investigators officially named Justin Straight Drop Johnson as a suspect, placing him on Tennessee's most wanted list and offering a $15,000 reward for any information leading to his capture. Then, just 6 days later, on January the 11th, the US Marshals captured Johnson in Indiana after a regional manhunt stretched across multiple states. Authorities also announced the arrest of a third suspect, Shondell Barnett, who was traveling with Johnson at the time and was accused of aiding his escape.
Right now at 5, 3 men in police custody in the young Dolph murder case. The Shelby County District Attorney's Office and Memphis Police Department with new developments over the past 24 hours. A third man, Shondell Barnett, is facing charges of accessory after the fact to first-degree murder, accused of assisting Justin Johnson as he evaded law enforcement.
However, prosecutors would later drop the charges against Barnett. At first, what seemed like a straight march to trial soon evolved into a slow, strategic war of motions, and it only deepened the public's suspicions that CMG might have been involved. Right before his arrest, Fox 13 Memphis reported that they had reached out to Straight Drop's attorney, Arthur Horn, for comment. However, Horn wasn't just any defense attorney. He happened to be the same man who had successfully represented Black Youngster in his 2017 case involving the shooting of young Dolph's SUV in Charlotte. However, Horn quickly and explicitly denied that he was representing anyone involved in the young Dolph murder case. Yet on the same day as that statement, Fox Memphis reported that Straight Drop had actually been dropped by the attorney, which only served to muddy the waters on what was actually going on. A few weeks after the initial arrests, police announced Devin Burns and Joshua Taylor, aka CEO Teasy, as persons of interest wanted for questioning.
Are calling both men persons of interest. Very important to note. Regardless, those we spoke with say, however, Taylor and Burns could be connected. They are hoping the two men will help connect the dots on a case that's being investigated still 3 months in.
And as investigators pressed forward, cell phone records, witness statements, and physical evidence led them to one final name, Hernandez Govan, the alleged mastermind behind the plot, who would be indicted in November.
43-year-old Hernandez Govan was indicted by a grand jury Thursday for first-degree murder, criminal attempt first-degree murder, and conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
By the end of 2022, 4 men were formally connected to the Young Dolph murder case: Hernandez Govan, the alleged orchestrator, Straight Drop and Cornelius Smith as the alleged shooters, and Jamarcus Johnson, accused of aiding his half-brother Straight Drop to evade justice. Nearly a year after the broad daylight murder that shocked Memphis and the entire world, the investigation had finally come full circle, identifying not just the triggermen, but the network of alleged planners and accomplices behind one of hip-hop's most brazen assassinations. But while law enforcement had done their best to bring the people responsible to justice, in the streets of Memphis, a whole different kind of hunt had begun. In numerous later YouTube videos, it would be called the Slide for Dolph campaign, a street war that would claim a staggering number of lives. But in reality, while Dolph's murder might have lit the fuse, the bloodshed that followed ran far deeper than simple revenge. It was about years of tension finally boiling over, as old grudges were reignited, new enemies and alliances were made, and soon, the city found itself split down the middle once again. Only this time, it wasn't just about where you were from, but who you were connected to. Because in Memphis, where the rap game in the streets had become essentially one thing, two powerful street alliances begun to take shape, one orbiting around Dolph's paper route empire, and the other around Yo Gotti CMG. Before we get to the bloodshed that followed Young Dolph's murder, let's take a closer look at the complicated gang alliances of the most popular Memphis street rappers. Because as many fans of Memphis rap have pointed out on Reddit, the city might have the most confusing street politics in America. On the PRE side of the beef, there was one gang above all others, the Young Mob, whose co-founder and alleged leader, Stupid Duke, had just been released from prison only months before Dolph's death, after having spent 9 long years behind bars. To understand Stupid Duke's influence in the streets, consider this. Right as he was released, Duke wasn't just greeted by his family and friends, but also none other than Atlanta rapper Future, who would almost immediately get in touch with Duke, as can be seen in Duke's First Day Out music video. According to Duke, Future was even looking to sign him immediately, after he'd just been out for a couple of days.
Have people been trying to sign you and stuff?
Well, Future trying to sign when I first got out, but it was, I was taking, I ain't do it because it was moving too fast. I wanted to see what the street was. I went down there for 2 or 3 days.
With no disrespect intended, anyone who's heard Stupid Duke on the mic knows that it quickly becomes rather obvious that Future wasn't looking to sign Duke because of his impeccable rapping abilities. Much more likely, Future wanted to associate with Duke because of his reputation in the streets, where he wasn't just known as Stupid Duke, but by his other nickname, Spooky Duke, which he received because, as he would describe it, things can get scary with him real fast.
Why they call you Spooky Duke?
You got extra streets there, it's scary. I just stand on what I stand on. It's business. Like, I'm coming, I ain't telling when, but I'm coming. So it's just spooky.
When asked about PRE and CMG during the same interview in 2023, when Dolph had already passed away, Duke kept it cordial, saying that there was no beef with CMG, but he would also make it known that he stood with Paper Route Empire all the way.
Would you sign with CMG?
Nah, I ain't got no problem with CMG, but I won't sign to him. I ain't no bad blood or nothing.
Paper Route?
Yeah, I fuck with Paper Route more different here. Yeah, I fuck with Paper Route. Off the muscle.
Yeah.
Besides Young Mob rappers like Kenny Money, who signed with PRE, also one other alleged Young Mob founder, the rapper BEO Lil Kenny, had seemingly built up a close relationship with Dolph in the past, explaining during his Off the Porch interview how Dolph had been the only person to believe in him when he first started rapping around the mid-2010s, even when others would tell how Kenny was bad news because of his reputation in the streets and numerous pending cases.
This is why I like the Dolph, bro, because even though I had pending cases going on. I had a bad rep in the street. I had hey man, don't f with Lil Kenny, you know what I'm saying? Hey, he gonna do something crazy. But Dolph still, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Lil Kenny, bro, you know I wanna mess with you, bro. You know I wanna bring you in, bro, you know what I'm saying? He like, bro, look, this is what we gonna do right here. Woo, give me the rundown on that. And I'm like, cool, we gonna do that. And then a day or 2, 3, 4 days later, I get jammed up, you know what I'm saying, go to jail. But I just kind of respected that, even though everybody else was kind of like, man, I don't know if I want to mess with Lil Kenny. Lil Kenny got it going on. He got his buzz, he popping, he doing the music, you know what I'm saying? And he can actually do big things, but I don't just know where his mind is, you know what I'm saying? And I kind of with that he was ready to take that chance on me, meaning he believed in me somewhere, you know what I'm saying?
Closely associated with Young Mob and also PRE was the Double R gang, and particularly their members like the rapper CEO Jizzle, who happens to be a real blood cousin of Young Dolph, and the rapper Kato 2 Times, who is Duke's real blood cousin. And of course their main rapper, Big Scar, who would reminisce about his close relationship with Dolph during his interview with DJ Omeezy.
In my research, I seen that Dolph was influential in your career.
Dude, my brother. It's hurt me.
Yeah, I think it hurt everybody, man. Even when I see like a clip of him, I just get this feeling like, dang.
I ain't gonna lie. This shit so bad. I was just in the city. I was just ran down that way, just looking at it. I ain't even go to bro front with none of this. Like I just rolled off on me. I hate it. I know what he was finna do next. He was finna do some real big. Like he really hated him, bro. On what he was doing. He was guilty. He don't put food in my stomach, clothes on my bed, shoes on my feet. So like, he really was a big inspiration.
However, after Dolph's death, Double R would find themselves in a difficult situation. On one hand, they had since the beginning been close with the KSBG gang, as Double R's most famous rapper, Big Scar, happened to be a cousin of Pooh Shiesty, his gang being the Chopper Gang, also known as CGE, or Chopper Gang Entertainment, who were very closely tied in with KSBG through members like their most popular rapper, Big 30. On the other hand, Dolph had allegedly been killed by Double R's main enemy, Trula Gang, who seemed to have been moving on the orders of CMG, or at least Big Jook, while KSBG rappers like Big 30 and Big Nooski were signed to Moneybagg Yo's Bread Gang Entertainment, which was strongly tied in with CMG. To make matters even more complicated, these were just the more known gangs, but there were numerous lesser known sets and cliques all around them, often with equally complex personal affiliations and rivalries. And now we're just talking about South Memphis. And up in North Memphis, you still also had gangs with deep ties to CMG, such as the infamous Fast Cash Boys, aka FCB, and they're still popping rappers like Fast Cash Jizzle and C Money. The way gangs are organized in Memphis is frighteningly complicated, and in the streets, complications can lead to danger. And so with all of this going on, and an army of people who were very bitter about the murder of Young Dolph, it wouldn't take long before bodies began dropping in record speed. The first casualty would be a somewhat surprising one, but in many ways, the perfect victim to create the image that half of Memphis had essentially come together to slide for Dolph. It all started right after Dolph's death, as the up-and-coming Memphis comedian Darion Childs, aka D-Money, took it to Facebook with a strange message, as he would go on to say, "Them folks just tried to kill Young Dolph. I love Memphis, we so gangster." Obviously people would take this as D-Money celebrating Dolph's death, and given that Dolph was undoubtedly one of the city's most loved artists, the blowback would be swift, causing D-Money to delete the post almost immediately. But unfortunately, that didn't mean he was about to stop, and he would soon follow that with a post saying y'all didn't even cry like this when Martin Luther King died, before telling people to shut up. It seems that D-Money simply couldn't leave the topic alone. After all, this was giving him more clout than any of his comedy skits ever had, and a few days later, he would joke that if you're not from Memphis, or you're not the police, just quit trying to solve the murder because the police came and locked my grandma up. Then, 2 days later, on November the 23rd, at around 10:30 PM, D-Money would arrive at the Valero gas station on North Watkins Road in Fraser, North Memphis, with at least one other person. When 2 black SUVs arrived at the gas station, and at least one gunman, dressed in all black, appeared from one of the vehicles, opening fire and hitting D-Money and 2 other people. The 2 others would end up surviving, but D-Money, who had seemingly been the target of the shooting, would pass away from his injuries, his murder taking place just 6 days after Young Dolph had been killed. And the media were quick to point out how this appeared to be direct retaliation at D-Money due to his insensitive comments about Dolph's death. However, what most media failed to note was that D-Money wasn't just any comedian. He was also an alleged gang member with ties to crews like the Fast Cash Boys, and had been repping his gang affiliations openly online, like in this vlog from back in 2017.
D-Mo, money, man, y'all know what the going on. Let me show y'all who presidential behind these hold man. We stepping out these we presidential, man. SBS, FCB, we in the project right now, man. Y'all know what the going on. Hey, man, keep crew done with my free YC state, my free Nunu state, man. Free the other Nunu too, man. You come on real soon, man.
Whole lot of 10 going on Terry, man. Whole lot of fed cash.
More recently, D-Money had also begun repping a clique known as YNC, or Youngest in Charge, who are the younger generation of older gangs from the Fraser area, like the infamous Fam Mob. D-Money was also seemingly connected to Yo Gotti and CMG to at least some capacity, likely through growing up in the same area in North Memphis, and he'd even got a chance to perform at his birthday bash. D-Money's killers are still unknown, but many people close to Dolph would celebrate on social media, such as the PRE rapper Big Unk, who would make several posts laughing at D-Money after his death. But D-Money's death marked only the beginning of a violent chain reaction, one that would claim numerous lives in just a few years' time as tensions in Memphis, and particularly South Memphis, boiled over in the wake of Young Dolph's murder. Following Dolph's murder and Straight Drop's arrest, the KSBG gang would seemingly become divided, because while on one hand, KSBG were close with guys like Big Unk, who was signed to PRE, there were also certain KSBG members who had been very close with many True La Mafia members growing up. One of these members was none other than the KSBG rapper Big Newski, known on Facebook by the name Xavier Jones, who had seemingly been particularly close with Straight Drop himself, their relationship going all the way back to their childhood when they were both part of the OG Lump Gang clique. According to many, Newski's close ties with Straight Drop would make him a target in the streets of Memphis following Dolph's death, and on the 28th of January 2022, after Newski had just finished performing with his cousin Big 30 at a local high school event,
Lord, I got it on mute. I'm just a talking. Y'all, did they strike at it? Okay. This is a good documentary. I'll say that. Shout out to Trap Lord. That's his name, Trap Lord. Okay. Shout out to Trap Lord. I hate to play his whole video like that, because I had got up and started making me some coffee and feeding the dogs. Says, good morning, Tamara. Lovely speaking with you yesterday. I see you're watching that documentary. I watched it yesterday. I know Hilda told me about it. Shout out to Trap Lord. Shout out to Trap Lord. Make sure you guys go and subscribe to him and look at his videos and stuff. This is a good documentary. You could tell, like, it all sums everything up. Like, it sums everything up in one documentary. He kind of compressed it all into an hour and a half, because it's a lot of stuff that went on. I don't know if he said it. Okay, I don't know if Newski's death had anything to do with Young Dolph. I think people kind of went back and forth about that.
And he would head back to the New Horizon apartments, the main headquarters of the KSBG gang. Then, at around 7 p.m, police would respond to calls of several gunshots coming from the apartments. When they arrived, they found Newski in the parking lot, still sitting in his car, suffering from fatal gunshot wounds. Online, Newski's murder was later labeled as another case of Memphis sliding for Dolph, the reason for his murder supposedly being his close relationship with Straight Drop, with online sleuths who were seemingly unaware of the deep childhood connection between Newski and Straight Drop, attempting to prove their connection by noting how both had posed in front of the same white Corvette. However, in reality, the reason for Newski's murder was likely far more complex, because as mentioned, Newski was also part of Moneybagg Yo's Bread Gang entertainment label, or BGE, which was a problem in the streets of South Memphis, because while Newski had allegedly repped the Goon Squad Mafia when he was younger, being with KSBG, and BGE now made Newski a main rival of the Young Mob, whose leader Stupid Duke was finally back in the streets after spending 9 years behind bars and was ready to take his place as the kingpin of South Memphis, as well as being deeply angered by the disrespect that Moneybagg Yo had showed towards his old gang by doing a song together with Fast Cash Jizzle, an alleged killer of the very beloved Young Mob member Young Key. Moreover, according to online rumors, Newski wasn't just a rapper, but someone who was very active in the streets, which was seemingly confirmed by Newski's cousin Big 30, who would rap in his August 2022 song Scared of Us that Newski had almost 9 kills. Moreover, Newski had allegedly even had at least one shootout with Young Mob at a barbershop in 2021, and either during that shootout or another, he had allegedly hit Stupid Duke himself in the leg, as well as having shootouts with True La Mafia members, despite having still been close with guys like Straight Drop, showing just how confusing the street politics had become in Memphis. Following Newski's death, social media would fill up with tributes, not just from other KSBG members, but also from big-time rappers like Newski's Bread Gang label head, Moneybagg Yo, who would change his profile pic to Newski and write on his stories how he's got his back forever, while even PRE members like Key Glock would pay respect to his childhood friend. But meanwhile, Newski's ops were rejoicing. In July 2022, Stupid Duke dropped a track called He Got Hit, where he would constantly repeat the line, "He got hit like I got hit, but he ain't effing breathing," a reference to the famous line from 50 Cent's classic song Many Men, with the implication seemingly being that Young Mob had killed Newski as a get back for shooting Duke. And just in case that line wasn't direct enough, Duke would also specify that his Young Mob goons.
Okay, now that right there is could be more than likely true, because I think that Young Mob and Newski and them may have had some beef going on. Okay. I've heard people say, that's what I was referring to. I've heard people say that, it was get back for participating in what happened to Young Dolph. Because, before people really knew that, y'all know when people was putting out all these narratives, they were saying that the person, that Cornelius was fat, and they felt like the person holding the Draco was Cornelius. Was Newski and all of that, and which we later found out, folks was just changing the narrative, trying to say Straight Drop was not the one out there. Remember, people were saying that it was Quit instead of Straight Drop and all of that. But now, y'all know I'm just trying to talk because they said I need to stop the video and not let it go all the way through. But yeah, anyways, y'all, I'm trying to make some coffee. Okay, so I'm gonna start the video back up.
Had been sliding through the Kinggate apartments, now known as the New Horizon apartments where Newski was killed. The message of the song wasn't lost on the listeners, who would take it as damn near a confession. Duke would continue dissing Newski through music, like on the April 2023 song Rewind with RR rapper CEO Jizzle, which was released together with a music video that starts with a very specific message from Duke, who says that if you mess with Young Mob, your body will be found in a car, just like Newski was.
Yeah, we can't make this up, man. YML, man, double up, man. Yeah, you found dead in your car, man.
Murder and millions, no cap.
All type of murder, manipulation, everything with all this.
And in his verse, Duke would also diss someone who had died on Jizzle's birthday, which just so happens to be January the 28th, the very same day that Newski was killed. But Newski's death didn't only escalate the beef in the streets, but it would also seemingly play a role in the relationship between Moneybagg Yo and Big 30 falling apart. And what would start as behind-the-scenes beef would blow out into the open, with diss songs getting leaked from both sides, with particularly Moneybagg Yo's song titled Airball making headlines in May 2024, causing Big 30 to go all in on Moneybagg on social media, claiming that Moneybagg Yo came to KSBG for protection because he was getting extorted by Young Mob, and that Newski essentially died because of Moneybagg's beef with Young Mob. And to add to the disrespect, Moneybagg Yo wouldn't even attend Newski's funeral. This beef eventually caused Big 30 to leave Moneybagg's Bread Gang label.
And for you putting out this project now, you're independent now, right? Is this?
No, I'm signed to Endless Entertainment.
Okay, so you are still signed.
Yeah.
See, you said you was independent. You said you wasn't signed.
No, I never told you that. You
okay, you just not signed to Moneybagg Yo anymore.
Yeah.
How did you get out of that deal?
Oh man, how you pay the money, sign the contract?
Okay.
After that.
So you paid to get out of it?
Yeah, it got paid. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But while Newski's murder was heavily associated with Young Mob in online rumors, it so far has remained unsolved. However, the next murder would take place only a few months later, and this time, the alleged perpetrators wouldn't ultimately be so lucky. In mid-2022, Young Mob would allegedly strike again against KSBG, and their target would be yet another rapper, 30-year-old Cheese Dollar, real name Jasper Strickland, who had been releasing music solo and with the other KSBG rappers for several years, trying to make a name for himself. But unfortunately, his music career would come to an abrupt end before it could ever gain proper momentum, because on the 28th of May around 6:30 p.m, Cheese Dollar and his two friends were sitting in a car in the parking lot of a McDonald's on East Shelby Drive, deep down at the bottom of Memphis, when they were suddenly ambushed by two shooters who opened fire, hitting both Cheese Dollar, who would end up passing away from his injuries, and one of his friends, who would fortunately end up surviving.
What we're seeing, as you can see, members
of Memphis Police Crime Scene Unit and detectives. They have been in this parking lot of the McDonald's where the shooting occurred since about 6:30 this evening. Right now, a vehicle that was believed to be connected to the shooting was towed away minutes before you came to me. But when we first arrived on the scene, we saw a silver car that appeared to be a Honda Sonata shot up. The back window was completely busted, along with several bullet holes throughout the car. The latest information we got from Memphis police is that 2 males were shot and one of them died. It appeared that this crime scene is pretty widespread, considering that police have also put caution tape around the shopping center that is across the street from this McDonald's.
These shooters would allegedly turn out to be 2 young mob members, Mohamed Samba, better known in the streets as Mo Ski, and Quinton Moss. The police would eventually crack the case and get after them. Meanwhile, numerous people would continue to lose their lives. The month of September would bring yet another tragedy, but this time hundreds of miles away in Houston, where Memphis rapper Lottcash Desto was shot and killed. Desto was an artist signed to Lil Uzi Vert's label, and like most rappers, she was known for showing off her success online and was often seen rocking expensive jewelry and luxury outfits. According to police reports, a witness riding with Desto on the night of the shooting told officers that 2 men approached their vehicle and opened fire, causing Desto to also shoot back, striking one of the assailants in the abdomen before she would pass away from her injuries. At the time, the motive for the murder was unclear, with theories ranging from road rage to a robbery attempt gone wrong. However, later that year, following the indictment of Hernandez Govan for Young Dolph's murder, Desto was publicly identified as his daughter.
Yeah, she went by Lottcash Desto, but her real name, Destiny Govan. Houston police say the 25-year-old was shot and killed in Houston September 24th, early that morning.
This would understandably raise some questions, and even the mainstream media would later draw attention to a cryptic social media post from Govan himself in which he appeared to blame himself for her death.
About a month after the murder, Hernandez Govan posted on Facebook, "I think I cursed you, Destiny, with my lifestyle. I apologize, baby."
Old social media activity also suggested that Desto was a member of True La Mafia, and she'd even collaborated with J Money on a 2015 track called Fly Girl Desto. These connections naturally raised questions whether her murder could have been yet another example of Get Back for Dolph, but by April 2023, 2 suspects, Christian Williams and Jeremiah Smith, were arrested and charged with her murder. And in later interviews, Hernandez Govan would explain how his daughter's death had absolutely nothing to do with Dolph's case, telling DJ Vlad how jewelry that was given to her by Lil Uzi Vert to raise her profile ended up unfortunately attracting the robber's attention, leading to her being targeted and followed from a Houston club before she was killed.
My daughter was killed over a botched robbery. Lil Uzi took liking to my daughter music-wise. She was very talented. He spent a great deal of money on jewelry and a lot of other things for her to kind of like, boost her career. Seeing her in the club, they knew who she was because she's very popular on social media, and they said they knew her jewelry was real because, she hung out with Uzi every day, all day, and they just decided to follow her in the club, stalk her, and rob her when she left.
But while Memphis rappers had unfortunately been dying at record speed, inside the courtroom, the wheels of justice with regards to Young Dolph's murder continued to turn painfully slow. At the start of November 2022, it was revealed that Straight Drop had requested a transfer due to safety concerns, a sign that life behind bars might be just as dangerous as being hunted on the streets. In response to this news, PRE artist Paper Route Wu didn't hold back his thoughts, telling reporters that he'd probably want to transfer too if he was Straight Drop, because without guns, you got to stand on all 10. By next week, Straight Drop was still making headlines from inside jail as he released new music, including his ironically titled November 2022 track, No Statements. In the song, he raps about only being a rapper, but the state calls him a paid killer, adding that he plans on not snitching and making it home soon. The lyrics blurred the line between confidence and recklessness, and people in the comments pointed the same thing out, joking how the police were having a field day listening to the track and claiming that if the commenter was Straight Drop's lawyer, then they would straight drop his case. Even Paper Route artists responded when asked about Straight Drop's unorthodox way of dropping music while being charged with murder, with Paper Route Wu jokingly noting how the title of the song seemed rather unfitting because someone was definitely making statements based on how people were getting arrested. And although Straight Drop seemingly had plans of keeping it solid, what he didn't know was that his co-conspirator was quietly planning to betray him. But meanwhile, back on the streets of Memphis, the situation would turn from bad to worse when in December 2022, the RR rapper Big Scar would suddenly pass away due to an accidental overdose. This was not only terrible news for people close to him, because they had just lost their friend and their meal ticket, with Big Scar being one of the hottest up-and-coming rappers from Memphis. But it was also bad for the city, because Scar had likely been one of the only remaining links between the RR, KSBG, and Chopper Gang Alliance, which started very strong with rappers like Scar and his cousin Pooh Shiesty commonly putting out hits with each other in the rap game, together with Big Unk, who was cool with both RR and KSBG before he'd gotten in trouble with the law in late 2021, which would eventually put him behind bars for the time being. But unfortunately, this alliance had since become weaker than ever due to certain RR rappers like CEO Jizzle and Kato 2 Times siding strongly with Young Mob, who were now in a very serious war with KSBG, and indeed, with Scar now out of the picture, it would only take a few months and the carnage would continue. On the 10th of February 2023, at around midnight, someone would walk up to the yard of a home on the Kirkwood Road off Mill Branch and open fire towards the garage where people had gathered, hitting and killing Lacorian Smith, better known in the streets as JR Splat, who's the little brother of KSBG member Baby Migo, and the late Young Mob member Lil Migo, aka Corey Shaw, whose murder in 2015 allegedly played a role in causing the split between Young Mob and KSBG. According to a neighbor who witnessed the shooting, the killer moved with purpose, likely knowing the exact target they were looking for.
Minutes after midnight Friday, Memphis police responded to this Whitehaven community for a shooting at this Kirkwood Road home.
Somebody came and just started shooting big shots.
This neighbor, whose voice we disguise and whose face we are not showing, goes into detail regarding those shots.
We talking about big and fast, like whoever they was coming to kill somebody.
When the shooting stopped, a 15-year-old boy, detectives tell us, was critically injured. He was rushed to the hospital. Sadly, he did not survive. The neighbor we spoke to described at least one person coming up to the garage.
Y'all, what case was that? I was in the kitchen. That happened in Whitehaven where a 15-year-old boy was killed.
Taking aim before unloading their weapon.
They walked up under the garage.
Nerves certainly rattled by those we spoke with, as they did not want to appear on camera. They're concerned what happened here could certainly cast a shadow over what they're calling a typically quiet community.
This would be yet another murder that still remains unsolved, but some online theories have placed the blame on Young Mob or CEO Jizzle from RR, with Jizzle and Kato 2 Times dropping a song titled Step Brothers 2 in April, where Kato raps in the chorus how he drops another song every time an op dies, while Jizzle would mention in his verse how the ops can't even afford a tombstone and that he will chase his ops into their homes. These lyrics seemingly fitting JR Splat to a T, as there was a public funeral fund started for him after his death, and he was indeed seemingly killed inside his home. Jizzle would also mention how his op had lived a short life, which sadly also seems to refer to JR Splat, who was only 15 years old at the time of his death. Young Mob and their affiliates appeared to be unleashing chaos and death across Memphis, and even kids were in danger, but their next attempt would backfire in the worst possible way, claiming the life of one of their own. As tensions rose in the streets, Stupid Duke made it clear that peace wasn't an option, and during his interview with Wicked TV in March 2023, he was asked if he could ever squash any of his beef in the city, the response being a strong negative.
Beef in the city, man, like, do you think it'll ever end?
Nah, forever. Ain't no stopping. It's up. When it's up, it's up. Man, I ain't gonna stop. We ain't doing it for the culture or none of this. Just is what it is. We're gonna be doing heaven and hell, cell, jail, hell. It's just up. And it never gonna stop.
Could you ever let things go?
Nah, I ain't letting nothing go.
You ain't letting nothing go?
No matter how rich I get, whatever, it's just dead for life.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So sitting down with people, is that the question for you, type?
Yeah, we ain't sitting down. Ain't nothing to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're wrong, you're wrong.
Uh-huh.
So that's just what it is.
Uh-huh.
A couple months later in May 2023, Tripstar, who was another rapper signed to Moneybagg Yo's Bread Gang label, was eating with his girlfriend at the Tugs Casual Grill in Harbortown, far away from the South Memphis war zone. But in Memphis, if you're a rich rapper, and especially if you're involved in any street beef, there's no such thing as a safe space. And what Tripstar didn't know was that his location had been leaked to his enemies. So as Tripstar and his girlfriend were enjoying their meal on the restaurant patio, two Young Mob members, Paul Nelson aka Big Paul and Roderick Winston aka Rallo, allegedly approached them at their table armed. Tripstar would quickly take off and run into the restaurant bar bathroom, while Big Paul would proceed to rob his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Rallo would run after Tripstar armed with a rifle, but when he chased him into the bathroom, Tripstar, who was hiding in the bathroom, would pull out his own gun and open fire, hitting Rallo. Rallo and Big Paul would then run out the restaurant and escape in a stolen black Nissan Maxima, along with another young mob member, Roddy P. But Rallo's injuries were serious, and with hospital not being an option, the two others would allegedly end up dropping Rallo off at a fire station, where he would later die from his injuries.
We have new details first at 6 on what happened in the wild moments that led to a shooting at a popular Harbor Town restaurant. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Greg Hurst.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Skurlock. Tonight, police tell us one person has died, and so far no arrests have been made. WRG's Shay Arthur has the latest.
Flashing blue lights, crime scene tapes surrounding a Harbor Town shopping center, an unfamiliar sight on a busy Saturday night around dinner time.
I'm shaken. I'm shaken that my mother, my 85-year-old mother, was running, panting.
Here's what Memphis police tell us took place. Around 7:30, officers showed up after getting word shots were fired inside Tug's Casual Grill. When police arrived, they found two off-duty out-of-state officers inside the restaurant. While clearing the building, they heard a loud crash, discovering a man had fallen through the ceiling of the kitchen. In a report, police referred to him as both a victim and a suspect. He was detained, telling investigators he was on a date, eating with his girlfriend on the front porch of the restaurant when a black car pulled up. Two people got out and chased him into the restaurant. He went into the bathroom and climbed into the ceiling, trying to escape. Detectives located a gun in the bathroom along with 22 spent shell casings next to the weapon. Two men were seen taking off in a black Nissan Maxima. Minutes later, one of the suspects was dropped off at a nearby fire station, later dying at the hospital. Police called the case an attempted robbery.
Tripstar would later be asked about the attempted robbery during his No Jumper interview, but he wouldn't have much to say, particularly as it was at the time a still open case.
Yeah, man. So when did this other situation at the restaurant end up unfolding? That was more recent?
Yeah, it was recent. That probably like a month ago. Yeah.
A month ago?
Probably less than a month.
So break it down for me. You're at a restaurant, just a regular restaurant?
Yeah, I'm in a restaurant eating outside.
Eating outside. And what, somebody tries to relieve you of your jewelry, I'm guessing?
For sure with the jewelry. Sure with the jewelry. Because I don't beef. Like I told I'm from my city, I don't beef with no. Like, I'm getting money. I don't, I f with the robbers. Like, they respect me. They f with me in my city. I ain't never had no beef. I ain't never with nobody in my city. Like, everybody vouch for me, like, call anybody from my city, like, ask about me, like, they gonna tell you Trip just getting money, yo. Like, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Like, robbers don't even, like, like, respect, like, because I show too much.
Okay, y'all, I'm sorry. Y'all know we got to stop it. And then started that I was making me some breakfast.
Respect to the world, like.
Right.
So I'm showing bombs respect, junkie. I don't care what you is. Whatever.
And this was just like a random person thinking they were going to do something?
Some guys jumped out on me.
Uh-huh. And how did you manage to get the upper hand in this situation, assuming that they had the element of surprise?
I'm just already paranoid. I'm just paranoid, always on point, looking. I'm just watching everything. I peeped some. I peeped it a couple times. I was already prepared.
Mm-hmm.
Did my shit.
It just got handled right there at the restaurant.
Yeah, self-defense.
Unfortunately for Young Mob, at this point the feds were already all up in their business, but it would still take some time before they would decide to strike, and in the meantime, havoc in the streets of Memphis would continue. Many people had lost their lives following the murder of young Dolph, but so far, none of the victims had been directly connected to the actual gang allegedly behind the murder, the Trula Mafia. However, that was all about to change, because on the afternoon of June the 14th, 2023, police were called to Spotswood Avenue in the Orange Mound neighborhood, a Trula Mafia stronghold, due to a report of a man who was shot to death inside of a car. When the police arrived, they discovered that the man was none other than Trula Mafia member CEO TZ, real name Joshua Taylor, who had actually been killed the night before, and they were just only now discovering his body.
Man once named as a person of interest in young Dolph's murder has has now also been killed. Family members confirmed Joshua Taylor was found shot and killed in Orange Mound yesterday afternoon, leaving that community on edge as they worry who might be next. WREG's chief investigator Jessica Gertler uncovered some new details about Taylor and his possible connection to that young Dolph case. What do you know, Jess?
Well, Greg, this goes back to February.
So now the rumor is on the streets. Y'all know we all heard that TZ was taken down by people that he knew, like his allegedly. That's what everybody's saying. I digress.
2022. Joshua Taylor was named as a person of interest in young Dolph's death, but he was never charged. Tonight, police are remaining tight-lipped about this latest incident. Loved ones shared these photos of Joshua Taylor, a father of two, the latest victim of gun violence in Memphis. They were too upset to do an interview, but Tellis Taylor, also known as CEO TZ, was found shot to death in Orange Mound Wednesday at Spotswood and Bunton. Those who live nearby tell us Taylor was actually shot the night before, discovered lifeless in a car hours later. MPD says the investigation is ongoing, refusing to answer any questions about the case or whether it has any link to Memphis rapper Young Dolph. In November 2021, Dolph was killed outside a South Memphis cookie store. 3 months later, MPD called Taylor and another man persons of interest. Taylor was reportedly questioned but never charged. Those close to the case tell us Taylor is part of a group, the same group linked to the suspects charged in connection with Dolph's murder.
It's sad. It's very sad. It's awful.
Taylor's death has left the community on edge, as many fear the violence isn't over, that retaliation will only continue.
Following TZ's murder, most people would understandably assume that TZ had been killed as get back for Dolph, and even TZ's girlfriend would diss Dolph and PRE on social media soon after TZ's death, while TZ's friend would remind their ops that True La Mafia was still leading the scoreboard. But another theory would also begin to spread as wild rumors begun swirling that Hernandez Govan, the alleged mastermind of the Young Dolph hit, had CEO TZ taken out once TZ was revealed as a person of interest, with one YouTuber named Hood Educated speaking on the matter and saying that he was told by people close to the situation that this was a cleanup job.
Y'all see that? The man called Orange Mound Quet his brother, he real. You see him and Orange Mound Quet, they hugged up, you know what I'm saying? It just looked fishy. You know what I'm saying? It just looked fishy. All of a sudden, now he dead. Shot and killed. Location dropped. They knew he was there, lying and waiting on him and stuff like that. It just don't look right. It just don't seem right. But it shouldn't look right or seem right to us. Because we not there. We not dealing with it. But if you hood educated and you been in that lifestyle, to them people that's living down there, that's playing in them streets, they know exactly what's going on. That's why I'm talking about almost all the people that reported to me from Memphis is saying that this is a cleanup job, hood educated. This right here this ain't got nothing to do with Paper Route Empire. This is a cleanup job. Teasy, he that connection. TZ, he that connection that's gonna make that link to the big guy. And so he gotta be knocked off. He gotta be.
According to this theory, the fact that TZ had been a person of interest in the case, but never officially charged, may have caused some parties to think that he could possibly be snitching on the whole operation, leading to them wanting him gone. In an interview about No Jumper, Hernandez Govan was grilled by Poetic Flacco about his relationship with CEO TZ, with Flacco arguing that Govan was downplaying their relationship, given all the evidence online that seemed to point to the two being extremely close for years, including the post from TZ talking about Govan as one of his closest associates.
So what's your relationship with CEO TZ?
CEO TZ is deceased.
No, sure, but like prior to him dying,
Lord have mercy.
Was y'all some uncle and nephew? Was y'all day-to-day partners? What was your relationship with CEO TZ?
Prior to him getting killed, I was out on bond, and so of course I wasn't communicating with no individual, nobody related to the case. At that
wait,
point,
though.
at the
Wait though. Sure.
You saying before Dolph got killed?
No. Listen, sure, but again, being out on bond really has nothing to do with the question. What was your relationship, right? Was y'all really?
It has a lot to do with the question, because when I was out on bond, I couldn't associate with anybody of the sort if I wanted to. Conditions of the bond.
No, hey, listen. Sure thing.
But if I seen, to answer your question, if I seen TZ somewhere while I was out on bond prior to his death, then yeah, me and TZ could have had the same conversation that we've had previously. We just wasn't in communication because of everything that was going on. I didn't care to communicate with him. You know, it was a lot of things that were done, a lot of things that were said, a lot of things happened, and things change.
I think you're downplaying like your connection to TZ for a reason. For example, TZ often posted that you are his OG.
Mm-hmm.
You are one of the people that he trusts the most. TZ even said,
you know what year that was? He posted that. That was in 2000. That was in 2016 when I was going to turn myself into federal prison.
Sure. Wait.
Again, things happen over time.
No. Wait though. Hey, wait though. Sure thing. But y'all was at least close enough to where, bro, TZ is spam posting about you, talking about, man, listen, man, when Quack come home, I'm gonna toss him the keys for 2020 bands. You feel me? So he had that much respect, and y'all was that locked in to where I don't feel like, bro, coming home and not speaking for a few months, bro, is gonna like say, hey, like bro, like we not as close. No, y'all were still very close, right? Like that was little bro.
But then Govan would make a shocking revelation, saying that TZ couldn't have been his little bro very recently because his name was on a witness list.
How can that be my little bro when his name was on the witness list?
Huh?
Honda, you heard me. I said, how can that be my little bro if his name was on the witness list?
And he betrayed you, cool. But prior to you knowing he betrayed you,
how long
that was somebody
you don't know how long
a strong friendship with.
You don't know how long I knew his name was. You don't know how long I knew that or how long I knew that information. You don't know.
So it goes back to what I was saying, that that they were all going to push everything down to Quet. For some reason, they had all decided that they were going to push everything down to Quet. Now, in the process, at one time, Straight Drop was made to believe that TZ was turning on him, had turned on him or whatever. Okay, but I don't think that ever happened. Okay. And here's the thing. I don't necessarily think that it was TZ's idea to push everything down to Quet. I think he was, I think Juke and them and Gotti and anybody else. The other people that wanted Dolph gone, they got in their head. I think they told TZ that they had given Quet all the money, the majority of the money or whatever, and somehow they was able to get in their head with that he didn't distribute it like he should have or something. But I digress.
Several reasons, a lot of things that TZ may or may have not done to make me put distance between us, or make me not reach out to him when I got out on bond. The opportunity of hanging with no could it might put me in a situation.
But the goal was to turn them all against each other. And y'all know I got to say this. The Bible said they come at you one way, flee in 7 different ways. They start turning on each other. If they start turning on each other, then in the puppet master's eyes, they could start taking each other out and saving them the what you call, okay? Quet knows how the streets work, so he was not oblivious, okay, to what was going on.
Violate my bond. If
here.
Go ahead.
Wait, here. No, I'm talking about before Young Dolph's death, for example.
I just asked you that. If you're talking about before Young Dolph's death, then that was my little bro. Yeah, for sure.
But whatever the relationship between Govan and Teasy may have been at the time of Dolph's murder, by the summer of 2023, the case that had rocked Memphis and reverberated through the hip-hop world would finally seem to be moving towards resolution, as Govan, in a highly controversial decision, was granted bond under strict house arrest conditions. But while this seemed like a great deal for Govan, in a way his release meant trading the controlled danger of a jail cell for the unpredictable insecurity of the streets of Memphis, where those loyal to Dolph were still actively seeking revenge. Meanwhile, Justin Straight Drop Johnson continued facing turmoil behind bars as reports surfaced that he'd been caught with drugs and a contraband cell phone. Then in June 2023 came one of the first major turning points when Jamarcus Johnson, Straight Drop's half-brother, pleaded guilty to lesser charges of helping the shooters evade police. In exchange for his cooperation and a promise to testify against the others, his potential 60-year sentence was reduced to a maximum of 12 years. The following month, the court set a joint trial of Straight Drop and Cornelia Smith to begin in May 2024. But in reality, it wouldn't begin until September 2024, almost 3 years after Dolph's death, when the trial would actually begin. But in the meantime, the non-stop killing that had now been going on for almost 2 years since Dolph's passing would show no signs of slowing down. In early July 2023, one of the Young Mob founders, the rapper BEO Lil Kenny, was released from prison after being gone for over 4 years, hitting the streets immediately with a First Day Out music video, which would end up going viral, now having over 2 million views. The Young Mob's dynamic duo Lil Kenny and Stupid Duke were now both in the streets, which would further heat up the rivalries. And only a few months would pass when another KSBG member would end up losing their life. On the early morning of the 26th of October, KSBG member Big Grape was at a gas station in Whitehaven when a silver Infiniti pulled up and at least one shooter would exit the vehicle, opening fire and killing Big Grape while injuring a second victim.
Here is a sad update to a story that we've been following all morning. One man is dead after a shooting at a Fill and Save gas station near the airport. Officers were called to this scene on your screen just before 1 a.m. this morning at the intersection of Winchester and Hermitage. Memphis police confirmed 2 people were shot here. One man later died at the hospital and the other person is recovering. Police, however, are still looking for the shooter.
The murder of Big Grape would receive very little attention in the media, but in online spaces like Reddit, a post would later appear of alleged paperwork about an investigation into Young Mob, which alleged that an informant had told an investigator on the 27th of October 2023 about a homicide that a Young Mob member called Mitch had allegedly recently committed, the timing matching eerily closely with the murder of Big Grape that had just taken place the previous day. But if Young Mob was truly behind this murder, this time the get back from KSBG would seemingly come almost immediately. Already that same night, at around 9 p.m, the Young Mob rapper Big Motor, real name Jaron Rutherford, and another alleged Young Mob member called TJ, real name Travolta Jones, were driving in a black Nissan Maxima on Chulahoma Road near the East Rains Road intersection when a car pulled up beside them and someone inside let off more than a dozen rounds, hitting both Motor and TJ, whose car would then crash into a tree. TJ would pass away on the scene, but Big Motor would be taken to hospital in critical condition, where he too would unfortunately succumb to his injuries the following day.
Fans and friends say Big Motor's music was making a name for the artist in the hip-hop community, and they call what happened to him yet another tragic shooting involving a Memphis rapper.
Ain't nothing I can say bad about him, you know, but in this city, man, you get some type of shine on you, man, they gonna hate on you, and somebody gonna come at you some kind of way, one way or another.
Right now, police are still trying to figure out what led up to the shooting and find the person responsible, as neighbors remain on alert.
2 different shootings and 3 murders in less than 24 hours made it seem like the war in the streets of Memphis couldn't get any worse.
Now, who are those guys, y'all? I'm missing quite a bit. Now, who are those 3 guys that they were just showing? I never knew they was killed. Who are they? And what clique were they with?
But coming into 2024, there would be another murder that would send real shockwaves not just through the city, but through the entire rap game. In January 2024, all the claims about Yo Gotti's brother Big Jook participating in the murder of Young Dolph that would eventually come out during the trial was still largely non-existent, although there were certainly rumors, as online sleuths had dug up photos like this one of Big Jook and Hernandez Govan together, showing a clear affiliation between the two. Moreover, Big Jook had certainly shown his disdain for Dolph publicly, even after his death, with one example being Big Jook mocking a mural that was painted in Dolph's honor.
I don't paint no side too real with a in the middle, man. Y'all don't do that, man. Don't f about legacy. So Right here, y'all. 2 guys.
Shortly after Dolph's death, Big Jook had also posted a video to his Instagram stories where he could be heard asking certain rappers to hit him up for financial help, with Jook offering to pay for studio time and any cars the rappers are leasing and renting, while even advising these rappers to pawn their jewelry if necessary, in what seemed like a thinly veiled diss towards PRE's remaining roster after their CEO's death.
Hey, y'all. I'm finna start a GoFundMe, man, because I know a lot of you rap up out here, man. Can't do no shows. Ain't save no money. So guess what? I'm gonna come say today.
I didn't know that this video was made after Young Dolph was killed. That's very unfortunate. So, I mean, it just goes back to show that they killed that man because of jealousy. They thought that they wanted for that label to be defunct. That's what they was jealous of, the vision and whatever legacy. That's usually what people, when they hate, that's what they're after. They're jealous of the vision and the legacy. They could see what could have been. So I didn't know that he did this video after Young Dolph was killed. So it goes to show that I guess they didn't think that the folks was on them like that.
I'm gonna come pay you rent if y'all got somewhere to stay. I'll pay your car note. I'll pay your jewelry note so you won't get repoed. You feel me? Whatever else you renting or leasing, I'm gonna pay that. But when this break back over, I want 10% of what you make. I'm saving you in a crucial time, so don't think I'm trying to get over on you. Cause you don't want to get put out. That'll ruin your career. So just hit my DM, man. We ain't putting business out there. We ain't that tight. You feel me? We can put it in contract. This will never be talked about. You feel me? I'll be so far out the way that won't nobody even know the deal we made. You feel me?
Then, on January the 13th, 2024, Big Jook and Yo Gotti would attend the funeral service to honor the brothers' late uncle, Eric Boven. The very same Eric Boven mentioned earlier in this video, whose Boven family gang controlled the city's drug trade during the 80s, and whom Jook described.
Okay, they said the video was made after COVID, but then he reposted it again right after Young Dolph was assassinated.
Described as a legendary kingpin. After the funeral, at around 4:15 p.m., as Big Jook and the rest of the funeral guests were attending Boven's repast at the Perignon's restaurant and event center, a police officer nearby would hear multiple gunshots. And when they arrived at the scene, 2 victims were found with several gunshot wounds, one of these being Big Jook, who was pronounced dead at the hospital, while the second male victim would end up in stable condition. News would report of the murder soon after.
A deadly shooting in Hickory Hill with connections to Memphis rapper Yo Gotti. Fox 13's Lakia Scott joins us live tonight from St. Francis Hospital. That's where the victims were taken. Lakia, what were you able to find out? Good evening to you.
Good evening, Daniel. Well, at least 5 police sources have confirmed with Fox 13 that the person killed is Anthony Mims, also known as Big Jook.
Right now, we do have video that we're analyzing, but we don't have a clear suspect identified at this time. But we know that a weapon was used, a firearm was used in this incident. We do feel like the individual that was shot was possibly targeted by the suspect.
And footage from the scene would also circulate on Reddit, with captions saying how people are still sliding for Dolph. And a picture of Jook's alleged body would even circulate, but it's definitely too graphic to show on YouTube. Witnesses at the scene claim to have seen multiple suspects in a white SUV, and an image of the car would be released from surveillance videos showing how license plates had been removed from the vehicle. It was alleged on Reddit that during the
Y'all know I have to start the video and stop the video, but I'm not gonna lie. Y'all know I cried. It hurt me to see Jook laying there with his mother kneeled over him. They said she was trying to give him CPR as a mother. That really hurt me. That touched me. Because I hate to see these men just slaughter each other like this. You know, these are black men. It really hurts me. I know I be cussing them out and calling them all kinds of bitches and hoes and stuff, but that's just how I am, you know. But as a mother, that hurt me.
Funeral, many attendees noticed 3 men in all black sitting at the back, who apparently left early after they spotted Gotti and Juk. And after Juk and his security guard left the funeral and drove to the repast location, these people followed them and started shooting as soon as they arrived in the restaurant parking lot. Not long after the murder of Juk, PRE members like Paper Route Wu would go on social media to mock his death, while PRE-affiliated comedian Grove Hero would also go on Instagram Live talking in detail about how happy he was on this day that Big Juk was killed.
What's up with him? You straight, ain't it? Yeah, today a blessed day. Nah, go ahead, it's cool. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, today feel good in the month. Feel so good outside. Hell yeah, up to man, it's nicer today. Hell yeah. Man, I'm loving the breeze. It feels so good. Yeah.
Yeah, who is that?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for a minute. For sure, you too. Man, today feel good.
Yeah, who is that talking?
Whew. God damn. Man. Whoo. Boy. Today a lovely day, ain't it? Who watching, bro? What you talking about? I said play crazy here. You know them people who watching, bro? What you talking about? What is y'all talking about, bro? The Dolphins, the Dolphins won today. Miami Dolphins won today.
Why folks get mad at Grove? Because he said it was a nice day. He didn't say he knew
Joe,
nothing.
tell me about the Dolphins. Did the Dolphins win today? I'm trying to see. Did somebody tell me, is it the NFL championship or what? Did the Miami Dolphins win today? God damn, man. I ain't trying to tell nothing. Real talk, man. Man, let me enjoy this, man. I'm finna lay down, man. All right, real good.
But PRE members weren't the only ones to participate in the dissing, as one other party to diss Juk heavily would turn out to be none other than Young Mob. During his From the Block freestyle performance, posted on YouTube in February 2024, only about a month after Juk's murder, BEO Lil Kenny would throw shots at him, rapping how Young Mob comes to get their ops like bounty hunters and that somebody's brother got killed in front of their mother, which appears to be a direct reference to news reports that Gotti and Juk's mother may have actually been in the car witnessing Juk getting killed. But just to add to the disrespect, and to possibly further incriminate himself, Kenny would continue by rapping how there's no way that he can miss his target because of his fat stomach, which appears to be another direct reference to Juk's build. Juk's murder still remains unsolved, even with the Memphis police likely continuing to spend significant resources on the investigation. But meanwhile, the body count would keep rising, as yet another KSBG member would end up losing their life too. On the 8th of June 2024, 17-year-old KSBG and Chopper Gang member Jay Hott, real name Javonta Newsom, was on the 4700 block of Janetta Street near Shelby Drive in the West Haven neighborhood, when people in the area would hear gunshots and call the police, who would find badly injured Jay Hott and take him to hospital where he would pass away. The following day, the RR rapper CEO Jizzle would post a cryptic message on Facebook, sharing his old post from March 2024, where he referred to a time that he had gotten shot, saying that at the time, he had to decide if he would retaliate or let God handle it, and that he'd chosen God, while now simply adding a caption saying that God don't play about Jizzle. He was likely referring to a September 2023 incident where Jizzle had gotten shot during the Lil Baby concert at the FedEx Forum.
Memphis police say the shooting happened around 10:30 last night during a show that featured Lil Baby and Glorilla. Police tell us they believe that the shooting was premeditated and the victim was targeted.
Now, Fox 13 has learned the victim was Jalen Johnson, I should say. He's a rapper known as CEO Jizzle. He's also Young Dolph's cousin. He's been posting videos from his hospital bed on social media telling his fans that he's okay.
At the time, another RR member, Kato 2 times, real name Kevin Young, was arrested for the shooting.
Meanwhile, an arrest has been made in that shooting that happened inside the FedEx Forum earlier this month. This was all during a Lil Baby concert. You might recall it left the Memphis rapper injured.
This caused online sleuths and YouTubers to create theories that there was actually an internal beef within RR, but now many would see Jizzle's post to confirm that it had in fact been a shooting between KSBG and RR, with J Hot having been the possible shooter. J Hot's death was seemingly particularly hard for Big 30, who would change his Facebook profile picture to a photo of J Hot while posting a heartfelt message to him, together with the hashtag "I'ma miss my little brother." However, on Reddit, the rumor mill would paint somewhat of a different picture, as many would claim that J Hot had actually been backdoored by his own friends. According to one version of the story, the killing would simply be due to an argument over a gun, and even CEO Jizzle would post on his Instagram stories private messages that he had exchanged with J Hot after he'd allegedly shot Jizzle at the Lil Baby concert, where J Hot seemed to acknowledge that his friends weren't really his friends, while Jizzle would caption the story by saying how he had told J Hot how his friends weren't his real friends. One of these alleged killers, known as J-Bug, would himself be killed in April 2025 before ever even getting the chance to turn 18 years old, showing just how senseless the violence had become in Memphis. But while Young Mob may have not been behind this latest tragedy, their time of causing havoc in the streets of Memphis was up, because in July 2024, the feds would announce that they had indicted 15 people on drug trafficking and firearm charges. This original indictment included 8 alleged Young Mob members and affiliates, such as none other than Stupid Duke, aka...
Y'all, did they ever get the people that killed J Hot? I ain't gonna lie, I cried when he was killed too. His mama was showing his video. He was still a baby. You could tell the way he stand and stuff. He had milk on his breath. I hollered and cried. And I'm serious.
Brian Lackland, as well as guys like Big Paul, aka Paul Nelson, Moski, aka Mohamed Samba, and Roddy P, aka Gerard Cox. But notably, BEO Lil Kenny wouldn't be part of the list. Things would get even stickier when in December, news would report that Stupid Duke and Big Paul were charged in relation to the robbery attempt of Tripstar, which had left their friend Rallo dead, while Moski and Quinton Moss were charged in relation to the murder of Cheese Dollar. Then, about 1 year after the Young Mob members had been indicted as part of the drug and gun case, on the 18th of July 2025, the feds would announce that they were charging Stupid Duke and the 7 other Young Mob members with a RICO in relation to all of these crimes, with the indictment including in-depth descriptions about Young Mob, like how the gang had gotten started in 2007 in Walker Homes and Westwood neighborhoods by 8 original founders who represented national gangs like the Bloods, Crips, GDs, and Vice Lords. The indictment would also claim that the members were required to commit acts of violence to maintain membership, adding that Young Mob maintained rivalries with gangs like Fam Mob, Fast Cash, and KSBG. Moreover, based on a 91-page affidavit that was filed as part of the original 2024 complaint that led to the arrest of Stupid Duke and others, which has since been sealed, but was seemingly acquired by a Redditor before that, who would post some pages of it online, on March 2024, Stupid Duke was casually having a phone call with one of his hitters, who told Duke that members of Pooh Shiesty's Chopper Gang were hanging out on a street corner, essentially asking Duke's permission to slide on them, to which Duke appeared to agree. This caused the police to send troops to the location before anything bad could happen, but on Reddit, people would also take note of how CEO Jizzle from RR has taken part in dissing Chopper Gang, making it clear which side of the war Pooh Shiesty was about to take upon his release from prison.
In the club screaming out Stash Squad. You know the bitch got beat by the whole mob.
And it was likely this same affidavit that would also include rather humorous pictures that would later make their way to Reddit, with one showing Duke taking out the trash while openly carrying a huge gun, showing that Duke was not somebody to be caught lacking. Young Mob's head honcho was now out of the game once again, after having seemingly caused an untold amount of destruction in the streets of Memphis in just a few years' time since his release in 2021. But unfortunately, this wouldn't stop the bloodshed, and in August of 2025, another Memphis rapper would lose their life in one of the most insane shootouts that the city had likely ever seen. On the 10th of August 2025, the killing would continue, but this time in North Memphis, more specifically in Frazier, at the suburbs on the area of Macaulay Drive and Macaulay Cove, where the police would be called about a shooting just after midnight. When they arrived at the scene, they would find several houses that had been struck by gunfire. After checking the surrounding area, the police would find a man dead at the intersection of Maritavia Street and Georgian Drive, about half a mile away from the location of the shooting. They would also find out that the incident had been caught on multiple security cameras, showing an insane shootout that sounded like a literal war zone, as switch after switch can be heard going off in unison, as shooters from 2 different cars appeared to blast away at each other until one of the cars reverses out of the situation towards the Macaulay Avenue, and soon the second car does the same, seemingly attempting to either follow the first car or simply get out of the dead end, Macaulay Cove, to flee the scene. Not long after the first news about the shooting broke, an update would come in that the dead body found near the scene was that of Fast Cash rapper C Money, real name Courtney Smith, who was still only 29 years old, even though he'd been involved in the Memphis rap scene for well over a decade. During a vigil for him some days later, another incident would take place as 3 masked and armed men arrived at the location, leading to a police chase, after which the trio were arrested, including Tyron Perkins, Derek Walton, and Khalid New.
Derek Walton and Khalid New are 2 of 3 masked men who MPD say attempted to disrupt
a peaceful vigil for murdered Memphis rapper Fast Cash C Money. They both have run from police before after committing some serious crimes. Less than a month ago, police arrested No after he ran from officers on the scene of a car accident. Officers charged him with several charges that range from having a gun and drugs.
On the 10th of August 2025, the killing would continue, but this time in North Memphis, more specifically in Frayser, at the suburbs, on the area of Macaulay Drive and Macaulay Cove, where the police would be called about a shooting just after midnight. When they arrived at the scene, they would find several houses that had been struck by gunfire. After checking the surrounding area, the police would find a man dead at the intersection of Maritavia Street and Georgian Drive, about half a mile away from the location of the shooting. They would also find out that the incident had been caught on multiple security cameras, showing an insane shootout that sounded like a literal war zone, as switch after switch can be heard going off in unison, as shooters from two different cars appeared to blast away at each other until one of the cars reverses out of the situation towards the Macaulay Avenue, and soon the second car does the same, seemingly attempting to either follow the first car or simply get out of the dead end, Macaulay Cove, to flee the scene. Not long after the first news about the shooting broke, an update would come in that the dead body found near the scene was that of Fast Cash rapper C Money, real name Courtney Smith, who was still only 29 years old, even though he'd been involved in the Memphis rap scene for well over a decade. During a vigil for him some days later, another incident would take place as three masked and armed men arrived at the location, leading to a police chase, after which the trio were arrested, including Tyrone Perkins, Derek Walton, and Khalid New.
Derek Walton and Khalid No are two of three masked men who MPD say attempted to disrupt a peaceful vigil for murdered Memphis rapper Fast Cash C Money.
So these are the guys that killed C Money. I didn't know they had caught nobody. I didn't know they had caught the people that did that to him.
They both have run from police before.
And which I shouldn't be surprised, because now remember, C Money's grandfather for many years was the president of the Memphis Police Association.
After committing some serious crimes. Less than a month ago, police arrested No after he ran from officers on the scene of a car accident. Officers charged him with several charges that range from having a gun and drugs. More digging into No's background shows he's even faced charges after an ex-girlfriend told police he shot at her while driving, causing her to crash with her daughter in the back seat. Derek Walton is the other man police arrested at the vigil Friday. A court convicted him of robbery in 2018. He's been in trouble with the law dating back to 2014. Court records show he spent time in jail for several violent crimes that involve kidnapping, burglary, and robbery.
However, at least one of these guys, Khalid New, is actually a Fast Cash affiliate known as NFC G-Ski, meaning that more likely these were simply Fast Cash affiliates coming to pay their respects to a fallen friend, not the ops trying to spin the vigil. However, almost immediately as the news about C Money's passing reached the fans, a speculation begun about the possible suspects, with Young Mob naturally being one of the obvious choices given their years-long beef with North Memphis gangs like the Fast Cash Boys. But by far the most viral rumor was that C Money's death was allegedly connected to events that had taken place on the same street the previous day, as video would be posted online claiming to portray C Money's associate, a rapper called Lil Cuz from Moneybagg Yo's Bread Gang label, getting robbed. However, Lil Cuz himself would deny this ever happening.
PSA, man, let me clear that up right now, man. They want me on no video getting stretched out on no ground. Zoom in, I got any $10,000 right now. They can zoom in and show me that me. They don't want me on no video getting stretched out on all my dead.
But whatever the case, the person actually living on the street was allegedly a CMG-affiliated rapper called Lil Migo, another friend of C Money, who would allegedly call C Money on the night of his death, fearing that he was about to get robbed, causing C Money to arrive at the location, which then led to the shootout captured by security cameras. There would particularly be one party online who was celebrating C Money's death more than anyone, a cousin of late Memphis rapper Bankboy Wayne, real name Thedrick Morton, who was killed in 2019. The murder was never solved, but according to online rumors and Bankboy Wayne's own mother, he was backdoored by none other than CMG Lil Migo, who would then supposedly steal Wayne's style. As he'd been getting major momentum before his death, his music videos now having millions of views, including one of his songs together with Lil Migo himself, which now stands at almost 5 million views on YouTube. Clearly people close to Bankboy Wayne, like his cousin, would believe in this theory, and he would seemingly also claim C Money to have been involved, even seemingly implying that for years, C Money had been trolling and throwing subliminals about backdooring in his music. But given that there were already rumors about Lil Migo backdooring another rapper in the past, it was only a matter of time before rumors would begin to spread how he had now also backdoored C Money. Lil Migo himself would eventually respond to all these rumors, essentially denying having had anything to do with the situation while paying tribute to C Money. But while the killing had continued in the streets of Memphis like clockwork, the slow wheels of justice had finally reached conclusions in the cases against the alleged suspects behind the murder of young Dolph. By September of 2024, the murder of young Dolph had finally reached the courtroom.
This grainy photo released by police shows a person in gray pants and a dark hoodie with gun in hand, apparently firing. Also released a photo of a white car that may be linked to the case.
Earlier that year, the judge ruled that jurors must come from outside Shelby County, in a rare step taken to protect fairness in a case saturated by media and public emotion. From the outset, prosecutors came prepared with a plethora of evidence, including surveillance footage, cell phone records, and testimony from Jamarcus Johnson, Straight Drop's half-brother. However, the biggest revelation would come from the co-defendant Cornelius Smith, who would testify on the stand that Big Jook had placed a $100,000 hit on young Dolph's head, a plan allegedly relayed to Smith and Straight Drop by Hernandez Govan.
Who had a hit on whose head?
Big Jook had a hit on Dolph head or whatnot, so.
How do you know that Big Jook had a hit on Dolph's head?
Quick had told me about it quick, and you know what I'm saying, being just.
How much money was it supposed to be?
$100,000 on Dolph head.
And had you agreed to do this hit?
Yes, sir.
Had Justin agreed to do this hit?
Yes, sir.
We all going to do it together?
According to Smith, he and Straight Drop agreed to carry out the hit, planning to give Govan $10,000 each and keep $40,000 each.
Was there any arrangements as far as splitting money or anything?
Yeah, me and him supposed to be giving Quit $10,000 apiece.
All right, so you and him are going to give Govan $10,000 apiece?
Yeah.
And how much were you going to get?
I was getting 40, he was getting 40.
Okay.
Moreover, he explained that they had planned ahead of time for Thanksgiving week, since PRE artists would be out in public handing out turkeys to the community.
The fair said you knew Dolph was involved in these turkey drives this week before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we didn't know we were going to catch him, but we knew he did his artists. Everybody had a hit on it. Everybody had a price on it.
From Joe?
Yet what followed the shooting revealed the cracks in their alliance, as Smith claimed that after the hit, Straight Drop ran off with the money, leaving him with only $800 of the promised amount. A move that had people in the comments sympathizing and understanding the reason why he snitched, while others joked that Drop had probably spent all the cash on Gucci cars and music videos.
He gave her $500 in a letter.
$500 in a letter.
Yeah.
And obviously you're supposed to get $40,000.
Right.
But you got $500 in a letter.
You saying right here, we don't know who it was, but they gave her $300.
$300?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is from Justin's folks?
Yeah, this from Justin's folks.
All right, so now we've been paid about $800.
Yeah.
During cross-examination, it was then revealed that Smith's lawyer had received $50,000, money that allegedly came from CMG.
Wait for the response.
The original lawyer in your case got $50,000 to represent you. Did he not?
I don't know exactly how much you get. I don't know. I can't say.
All right. And you knew that, just we're all clear here, that money came from CMG, right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly who, but yeah.
All right.
But in the end, the evidence proved overwhelming, and after only 2 hours of deliberation, the jury would find Straight Drop guilty and sentenced him to life in prison.
13th juror, I affirm this verdict. As to the first-degree murder, I sentence you to life in prison.
Drop would also receive 35 additional years for conspiracy and firearms charges, his sentence marking the closing of one chapter in the Young Dolph case, though it was clear that the full story was still far from over. With Big Jook seemingly a victim of so-called street justice, the next person to face trial was the alleged mastermind behind Young Dolph's murder, Hernandez Govan. In the months leading up to the trial, prosecutors assembled a mosaic of evidence they believe connected Govan to the ambush. But as the case developed, plea negotiations also quietly unfolded, but Govan refused a deal and demanded his day in court. And finally, in August 2025, Hernandez Govan's murder trial begun, one of Memphis's most anticipated courtroom moments since Dolph's 2021 murder. During the opening statements, the prosecutors painted Govan as the silent architect that never touched a weapon but made sure the guns were fired. The prosecutors relied heavily on testimony from co-defendant Cornelius Smith Jr., who claimed that Govan relayed the $100,000 bounty supposedly placed on Dolph's head by Gotti's brother Big Jerk, along with other bounties on rappers from Dolph's Paper Route Empire label.
I guess after a couple runs of going to buy pills on my own from him, he started asking me I want to make some money. He knew ways I get some money. I'm like, yeah.
According to Smith, Govan had supplied him with the weapon used in an earlier attempted hit on Paper Route Wu, though the gun jammed during the shootout.
Well, one day, Mr. Govan had provided me with a gun, and he told us that Paper Route Wu was at home one day. So as we approached the house, with me, Bobby, Justin, and another guy, I don't know the other guy's name, Bobby dropped me off. I get out walking on foot. Paper Route Wu coming out the house. And he had his gun in his hand at the time, and I was walking up the street. And me and him had a shootout or whatever, and the gun he provided me had jammed up. So, I had to duck and Bob and weed, and Bobby had got to me. We got in the car and went back to his house and reported what had happened to him.
Wu himself would later confirm the shooting happened during his off-the-porch interview.
But that's exactly how it happened. Exactly how he said it in court. Walking past, I was coming down, and I was going to my car, and I got the shoes, and Wu shot back, had them bobbing and weaving. It was, bro. You know what I'm saying?
As Smith continued, he revealed what he called Govan's plans to get close to Wu's mother to learn the whereabouts of other PRE members.
Anyone like Wu or anybody in Paper Route, he was going to make sure that, he could play because the mama liked him, so he was going to try to play their father figure and, find out where they at and make sure we could reach out and touch them.
And he also recounted being invited to appear in a Straight Drop music video filmed at the same house where the white Mercedes-Benz used in the shooting was later found. And the prosecutors presented a photo showing Smith masked and standing behind Govan in that interview. After the shooting, Smith said that the plan had been to burn the Mercedes, but their injuries forced them to seek medical help instead.
That wasn't part of the plan.
Had you not got shot, was there a plan in place?
We probably would have just took the car back, jumped in another car, went and burnt the car up, something like that. But we both got shot or whatever, and I was bleeding tremendously bad. We took the car.
Didn't they burned up Hernandez Govan? I mean, not Hernandez Govan, but Howard Barnett's van, didn't they?
Smith even alleged that he had left his phone in the vehicle and that Govan was the one to retrieve it.
So I was like, man, get my phone out the car. I like, get my phone. I left my phone in the car too. Get my phone out the car. He like, all right, meet me where I get my car wash sheet. So I like, all right, bet, say no more. So we had cleaned up.
Yet despite the detailed account, the evidence remained largely circumstantial and there was no direct proof linking Govan to the payment or any kind of explicit order for the hit. And after just 2 days of testimony and 3 hours of jury deliberation, the trial reached its conclusion. And on August the 21st, 2025, a Shelby County jury acquitted Hernandez Govan on all counts, including first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder charges, delivering a blunt reality that in the courtroom, strong accusations and colorful testimony aren't always enough to meet the constitutional burden of proof.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Hernandez Govan, not guilty in count 2 of the indictment. Ma'am?
Court's in session.
And following his acquittal, Govan announced his plans to leave Memphis. And soon after, he began using his trial notoriety to build his social media presence, appearing in interviews on large platforms like Vlad TV and No Jumper. Meanwhile, in September 2025, Paper Route Wu released his Rick Owens music video, which opened with a reenactment of his own attempted assassination.
Like I said, the gun had jammed up. I was on foot walking up, and he was coming at the house.
In response, Govan posted a video calling out Wu and referencing court claims that Wu had called the police during the shooting.
Hey Wu, somebody sent me a movie you and Grove doing. I checked the trailer out. It was some great production. This looked good. And I figured the bald head dude at the beginning of the video was me, or whatever the dude that was, I guess, supposed to be giving an order or some shit, whatever. Do not leave out the part where you call 911 in the middle of a shootout.
On August 13th, at 13:45 hours, we have the 911 call
where Terrence Fager's cellular device calls and says that he's in Allendale being shot at and he's hiding, being shot at and he's hiding, being shot at and he's hiding.
At this point in time, Cornelius Smith has yet to face his day in court, and while straight drop sentencing brought closure on paper, in reality, Young Dolph's death left a scar on Memphis, one that time alone may never heal. And while it didn't necessarily spark a wave of direct revenge killings, it did set things in motion and push the streets into a cycle that would claim far too many lives. And at a certain point, the reasons for the war just stopped mattering. I hope you found this video interesting. Rest in peace to everyone who lost their lives.
Shout out to Trap Lore Ross. That was a superb video. That was a superb video. Am I subscribed to him? Yeah, I'm subscribed. Y'all make sure y'all go and subscribe to him. I've looked at his stuff before because I looked at the King Von. I love this one, the one he did on King Von. I haven't looked at the one on Duck yet. I'm gonna have to look at that one. Yeah, he does very good videos, put a lot of time and stuff in. So shout out to him. He does documentaries. It take a lot of time to do documentaries. I wonder if he got a team. That was a good video. That was a good video. Yeah. I'm glad that he mentioned Howard Barnett. I am. I'm glad that he mentioned that. And when I think about it, because I pulled up, hold on, y'all. Yeah. It was a tin house, an old tin house. Y'all, they didn't take cadaver dogs. We pulled up all of that land and stuff. It's farming land over there. And if they went inside that shed, it's probably because they had been going into that shed before. And yeah. I know they probably said in their minds, even if they find him, they ain't gonna be able to prove nothing. But hell, they didn't even go find him. I tell you. Anyway, shout out to Trap Galore. That was definitely a good video. It was a good video. Anyways, y'all. Anyways. I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody wants to come up and holler at me. I don't mind. Whoever it is, I ain't gonna get mad at you. Not unless you're talking crazy. You start talking crazy, I don't want to be bothered. You all make sure y'all hit the like button for me, okay? Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. Tell me what y'all think about the documentary. Come up and talk about what you all think about the documentary. I'm so happy that he included Howard Barnett missing persons case into that documentary. Hopefully some person will anonymously call Crime Stoppers. You can disguise your voice, use a voice thing. Crime Stoppers does not trace calls. I mean, even if you call the Missing Persons Bureau of Homicides, block your number, use a voice vocalizer, and tell them where Howard Burnett is, and point them in the direction of where they can go and get him. So, you know, they're saying that he's around where that car, his van, was found at. Okay. Don't get me started talking about MPD, because I'll act a fool. Okay. I don't want to. I just want to, because I felt one coming on, because I was getting ready to really cuss them out and call them all kinds of bitches and hoes. And y'all know I'm pro-police, but I was getting ready to call them motherfuckers all kinds of pissy, shitty, lazy. Oh, I get mad, because what that person said, I believe it. That person said, police officers, tell them to get them dogs and go out there, because they need to search that land. And the person could have just been, maybe, they may not know. But I believe that person heard something. Y'all don't be scared. Come up. Hernandez Govan, I know you're a fan of my show. I was told that you were not involved. Okay. Now, that's the person told me you weren't involved, that they believe you knew what happened after it happened. You heard about it afterwards. Hernandez Govan, disguise your voice, because you need to be trying to get all the blessings and forgivenesses you could get from God. Okay. Disguise your voice, put on a voice vocalizer. 528 cash. Call them folks and tell them what Straight Drop Them did, but to Howard, and yeah. It seemed like me, you would want to do it the way they was trying. They always gonna put everything on you. I'm telling you. Anyways, y'all hit the like. Hit the come up here. I feel like talking today. Y'all come up here. Whew, I done ate my breakfast. Hey, McNames. He could use one of those voice boxes. He could use a voice box. Put it as a woman. He could use a voice box as a woman. But now, yeah, he could use a woman voice box. Anyway, Sean, they talk about how Howard was such a nice guy. And they say he was such a really nice guy. A mild-mannered, nice guy. Oh yeah, that's right. I called him out. He ain't gonna do it. Well, he should wait. Like he wait a couple days and then do it. I mean, somebody folks probably already doing it anyways. He just be one of the ones with a more accurate pinpoint. I tell you. John Brown says, "Is it true there was an attempt on Mr. N life in Miami?" They're saying that it's true that there was an attempt on Mr. N's life in Miami as of recently. Yeah, they say it's true that somebody tried to take Mr. N out in Miami. Yeah, rest in peace to Takeoff. Yeah, they've gotten so quiet. Like, did Takeoff ever get into justice? They haven't said anything else about the guys that killed Takeoff. We got to get Mr. N on to talk about the assassination attempt on his life. We got to get Mr. N on to talk about the assassination attempt on his life. I tell you. Mm. Oh. I think it was a mistake, John Brown, because it was never something that I had planned. It was never something that I planned. It wasn't. It's so weird that you asked me that, because it wasn't. I remember it was by mistake. I remember I was walking downtown and I was like 2 months pregnant. I had not told, with my second baby, I had not told nobody. I just knew I had to get a job because I was scared to tell my dad and stuff. And I was trying to find City Hall. I didn't even know where City Hall was at. I just heard that they was hiring. So I saw this real tall police officer on Main, standing like right in front of the City Hall. I guess I didn't even know it. And I was like, where would I go to? He was like, why are you out here looking spoiled? Frown all up. Hey, Big Stacks. So I was like, I'm trying to find somewhere. I guess I said where I would go and fill out an application for a job. And he said, oh, okay, go over there to 201 Poplar to the 12th floor. He sent me to the wrong place. He said, go over there to 201 Poplar to the 12th floor. I was like, okay. So I walked way over there and I went up to the 12th floor, and it's something because the human resource manager, her name was Vicky. When I walked in, I was like, I was sent over here for a job, and she thought that I was the daughter of another police officer that she knew. And she was like, oh yeah, here's the application. We was waiting on you. And I said, thank you. And she was like, yeah, we got a little spot down there in felony response. That's what we're going to send you to. I said, thank you. And I was like, wow. I walked in there. I was like, wow, I got And so she called me like 3 days later. She was like, we're going to put you down there. Now, it's a lot of guys there. It's all men down there now. Tell us if they, say anything out of the way to you or whatever. And it was like a temporary job. And so then, like, after I got on temporary, like a week, I'll never forget, like a week after I was on working, she called me and she said, are you such and such daughter? I said, she said, your mama is not a police officer. I said, no. She was like, oh my God. But they had given me the job then. Shit, I didn't know what she was talking about. But I later found out, but they ended up putting that young lady in homicides in the daytime as a clerk, as a transcriptionist. But she was intended for that job. She thought I was somebody else. So I guess it was just meant for me. And those guys that I work with, they were really awesome. And so after I had the baby, they was like, why don't you go through the academy? You're a young single mother. That would be a good job for you to get good insurance for your kids and make a good money. I was like, I don't want to be a police officer. And it's like, I'm telling you, like, it could be a start or something else. Just go and they'll pay for your school. And they kind of talked me into doing it. And I guess that's just where it started at. And I guess down through the years, I got the opportunity to see how things work on the administrative side. I just feel like everything, every step that I made this far has gotten me closer to whatever the goal is, whatever that is, child. I never thought I would be taking pre-law either. I just knew that I was a really good researcher and wrote really good reports and shit, but this philosophy got me thinking of something else. Because that's the reason why I be so stressed out. Because I'm like, dog, why am I so stressed out taking this philosophy when I know in order to get my law degree, I got to take several philosophy classes. And my philosophy teacher, she told me don't stress out. I don't want to talk about it yet because I'm about to get upset because I got to take a test tonight. And this got me upset. I'm trying to figure out why she giving so many damn tests. Yeah, it was definitely meant for me. It was meant for me. Thank you, Tequila. Yeah. I don't know. You know what? When I first started doing traffic, I had one of my first crashes was at Airways, right there by the expressway, right in front of the Church's Chicken. And these two guys was running from the police. And the driver actually got out and ran. Okay. He ran across traffic. He got away at that point. But the passenger could not get away because when they crashed right there, I think it was a pole, they crashed into something near that Church's Chicken lot. That was the first like bad crash I had when after we graduated the academy. Because you graduate the academy twice. You first go through to be a traffic officer, and then you go back for the next 15 hours to be a police officer. So I'll never forget. The dispatcher sent me to that scene, and another PST pulled up. His name is Holmes. He's a lieutenant now. They got him recruiting now. He's a preacher too. And it was hard for me. I stood behind that car. It was so I could just remember his screams. And I had the dispatchers to call for the paramedics, right? He was screaming so loud, y'all. When the paramedics got, so what ended up happening was, y'all know the glove compartment, when he crashed, the guy that was driving the car, when he crashed, the glove compartment, it tore the car up. Somehow the glove compartment got stuck down in his leg. Like it pierced down in his leg. That's why he couldn't get out and run. And so I remember the paramedic saying, we don't have a choice. We cannot cut it out because we'll have to cut his leg. We're going to have to lift it up. I never understood how that happened. Like the whole glove compartment was lodged down in his leg. And they was like, we're going to have to pull it. We're going to have to pull it out to get him up out of here. And that man was screaming so loud. He was cussing. It was horrifying. Like, oh, Lord have mercy. I said, damn, one of the first ones, I get the worst ones. I'm so thankful that I never got any motorcycle accidents. I think I was getting ready to I got one. And a lot of times if the other PSTs were closer, they would say, disregard, we'll take it. Show me making the scene. And I remember this one particular one, they had put me out east. A guy hit a pole, and then another car hit him. And then I'm so glad I didn't make that one. The dispatcher another PST took it. She said when she got there, his head was off of his body. So, I mean, those, that's why I don't mess with those motorcycles like that. If you're gonna ride one, it's still like you're a pedestrian because your body is exposed and all of that. So people are so crazy now. You just never, they will hit you on purpose. Folks are just really twisted now. So, well, I liked riding in South Memphis. I tried to help as many people as I could in South Memphis that didn't like. I would give them citations. A lot of times I wouldn't, because you're supposed to call the police. You're supposed to tell a police officer to make a scene when they don't have a driver's licenses, right? So that they could go to jail and have their cars towed. And sometimes, they would be acting such a fool. You ain't the police, this and that. I'm like, okay, I'm a dispatch. I'm gonna have the police. I need an officer to make the scene and take their asses on to jail, get them up off my scene so I can do what I need to do. I wasn't gonna even do it. And even still, I try to help them out because I was supposed to have their cars towed. And I felt like shit, they ain't got no money to get their car up out of the impound. While they was acting a fool in the back of the police car, because they'd be drunk. People, I would say, what's your mama or somebody number? I need somebody to come to this scene that's got a license to take your car home rather than just have it pulled. Because a lot of, especially when I made the senior PST, it was whatever I said do. So a lot of the other PSTs would be like, girl, why are you waiting out here for have that motherfucking car towed? Fuck that nigga. Have that car, he out here acting a fool, have that motherfucking car towed. Fuck him. He out here cussing you out and all that. Shit, make his ass, he can't get it, he just can't get it. And I'll be like, nah, I'm gonna just, I ain't, you know, he drunk. I'll give his family the opportunity. He live right there down Kerr or whatever. I'll let somebody walk up here and get the damn car and take it home or whatever. Mm-hmm. Hold on, y'all. My package will be here today. Look, you're gonna have to sit down before I get upset. Sit your butt down. What's up, the hitter? What's up? Hitter. Hitter. I think it's something going on with his audio. Oh, okay.
Yo, what's happening?
What's up?
What you up here lying about? What's going on, man?
Who said that? I be lying.
Ain't nobody said you be lying. That's what we say down here.
Oh, okay.
What is you niggas in here lying about now?
Oh, okay.
What's going on,
I
man?
remember somebody in the chat said that.
Oh Lord, here we go.
No, I was talking about when I was a PST. He what's his name asked me why I wanted John Brown said why I getting into law enforcement or whatever. I was telling him about when I was a traffic officer. I like riding in South Memphis more because I knew the South Memphis area because I had grown up in South Memphis. So I tried to help.
Yeah, for real, tequila.
I thought Hitter was demonstrating somebody
else. No, I don't know nobody else.
Cause I was sure getting ready to go in. That's why I said who said that.
Man, listen, hey, John Brown, peace and blessings to you, kind sir. I heard you on here yesterday. I said, damn, they made it. She got Trap Law Ross on the damn channel. Man.
Is that who that is?
No, but he got that accent like Trap Law Ross.
Oh, well, he told us about London and all of that. Listen, I did not know that it was so racist over there. You know, they always talk about over in other countries overseas, especially back in the day, they were not racist. That's why a lot of people tried to go over to like places like London because there was so much equality.
Yeah, I got a partner living in Toronto, Canada right now. He from over there. His family from over that way. Nah, they definitely be on that. And they definitely be on that.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
Indeed. Mm-hmm.
You know, I remember when I was in many moons ago, when I was in high school, I took French. And I remember my French teacher said she lived in Paris for about 3 or 4 years while she was learning the language and stuff. And so I asked her, was there any racism? She was like, yeah, but it's not like here. It's not like a black and white thing. She said they're racist against like Eastern people, like I guess the Iranians and stuff, like the Middle East. She said it's racism with that.
Yeah. That makes sense. Or racism.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because if we want to go back to it, we talk about the Gaza Strip and all that stuff and how people from that area set up shop in the Middle East and giving them folk 15% off of what the English people making off that oil. You know what I'm saying? Get them 15% is their oil. They go over there and mining it. I think it's the Anglo fuel or Anglo petroleum or something. But them folk get 85%, and the people that it actually belong to, they get 15% off of it. That's where that's where a lot of that conflict stem from back in the 50s and 60s. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm. I just look like this. I just look like this, Mike. Yeah, man. But salute to everybody in the chat.
That was a good video, wasn't it? He do. I have seen a lot of his documentaries because, I mean, he had me fascinated on that King Von as a serial case. It was about 5-6 hours, I believe.
Exactly.
And I looked at every bit of it.
Mm-hmm.
I went back and looked at it like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, for real. You go back and look at this one. I mean, because I just sent you the part where it was talking about Howard Barnett, and you wrote it on out from there. But it's a whole hour worth of content before that. Yeah, he did a hell of a job. I ain't even gonna lie. Did a hell of a job. So shout out to him.
Yeah, his documentaries are off the chain. Now I saw when I haven't seen the one with Duck. I'm gonna look at that one today.
Right.
The documentary on Duck.
He be so on point that when JSO, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, went to do a press conference about the ATK KTA 6 Block 1200 NHG conflict in Jacksonville, they referenced Trap Law Ross, and they had his hierarchy like he did the Trula, the CMG PRE, and the people underneath them. They put they actually included that in their news conference, talking about real life situations that they attacking in Jacksonville. Yeah, that's when people.
I wish he'd do more of a documentary. I wish he would do a whole documentary on Howard Barnett. I'm gonna tell you something. I thought about that. Did you see where I pulled that video up last night of the area that Howard Barnett his car was found in?
No, I didn't.
Now it's more so farmland now. Now that was 2017. And what I pulled up was in 2020. The last picture they took was in 2023. So they may have taken that house down. But you know what? I had heard that Straight Drop kind of did that video that they did was message to the ops was based on what they had did to Howard Barnett. And the person that was telling me about that had told me that they had put somebody in the back, once they was able to get him in the van or whatever, they had a person to hold a weapon on him, and they made him think that they was going to rob him or something, and then at some point, once they got him to where they got him, he didn't know. He knew at that point that they was going to take him out. That he stopped fighting once he thought he would comply, and they had a weapon on him. He thought they were gonna rob him and let him go or something like that.
Right. Pretty damn sad. What I tell
Yeah,
you.
it's sad.
Oh, I tell you, man. I don't care how shapely your eyebrows is and your skin tone. These niggas is shooters. They shooters.
Mm-hmm.
You hear me? J Hot, shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Even though he was like what? He was like what, 17?
J Hot was like 16. Children of the Corn, man.
And
Children of the Corn.
But they never arrested the young man that they said, which was his friend, that they said, killed him, did it?
No, I didn't know that they said it was his friend. Because if it was his friend, he would be long gone. I think somebody hopped on social media acting like they had just heard about it and saying, God don't play by me. Yeah.
Hey, Justin. Nice to meet you. My first time seeing you in here. How you doing? Hitler, don't you mock me.
Yes, indeed.
You said that's what I be doing.
God don't play by me.
Hitler, you said that's what I be doing when I see somebody I ain't never seen.
I ain't never seen you in here. As it relates to the conversation. Don't come in here with that shit now. Because I'm afraid for my life.
Oh my God.
Don't come here with that shit. I'm afraid for my life. And I will get the authorities involved as it relates to this situation that we're speaking about. Okay? Okay? All right.
Hitler said, I be saying, hey, how you doing? I ain't never seen you in here before.
Lord have mercy.
Oh my God.
Never seen you in here before. Where you come from? How'd you hear about us?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, we done had some weirdos to come up in here, though.
Not saying that Justin Retro Stuff TV show channel is one of those people. We're just saying we've had some come through in the past.
Right. We have.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Lord have mercy. You may need to get to know us a little bit, Justin Retro Stuff TV show channel. You may need to get to know us a little bit before you come up here, pal. Dub JJ, what's out?
What's up, Dub JJ?
I just saw a video yesterday of Gotti dressing like Dolph for Halloween. that had to be AI. That had to be AI, Dub JJ. Mm-hmm. Got it way too smart to do something like that.
No, I don't believe he would do that. Dress like him for Halloween.
Yep.
Dub JJ says, just logged on. I saw a video yesterday. Oh, okay. That's what you was reading.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's probably AI. Sound like it's AI.
Yeah. I get so tired of the damn AI. Please stop playing with Martin Luther King Jr. I say that. Please stop playing with him.
What they do with Dr. King?
Oh man, just Dr. King on in the March on Washington, coming up, talking to the GDs and Martin Luther King. Just a bunch of weird stuff, man. Just a bunch of weird stuff. This the dream that I live for. All this ice on my wrist and all this ice around my neck. This the real dream, baby. I was like, man, come on, man. Like if a black person if a black person did that, shame on you. If a white person did it, shame on you. But that's the problem with our community. Ain't nothing off limits to laugh at. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you let somebody put the young man that was unalived in Utah on AI doing some foolish stuff like that and see how that turn out. You can't do it. You can't do it because there's certain things that's off limits with them people, but ain't nothing off limits with us.
That's true.
And that's why they don't respect us.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Other than if you're trying to come up, they'll handle you then. I'm
Exactly.
talking about your own community.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, what's up with it, Mac? It's been a long time, man. Salute to you. Yeah, man. He said, I don't know what Black Barbie said, but you know she be snapping. Yeah. How you gonna demand respect and say our lives matter when you don't respect your people and you don't treat their lives like they matter? And that's my whole thing. That's my whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we can go on a rant tangent about that, but you know what I'm saying? Whether you feel no matter how you feel about BLM or nothing, that whole thing got hijacked. 2020, I was like, man, what world am I living in where everybody is just cool with saying this slogan? This can't be real. And as y'all see, it wasn't real.
To my Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm. It was a whole money grab.
But you had, I think you had I don't think anybody Black was really funding it. It was to get Black people emotional. They wanted them riots started.
Exactly.
And once they tore up their neighborhoods, who made the money?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. The feds will be on your black ass. Yeah, you gotta, man. You gotta have some type of, you know. Dr. King said it himself. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And part of our problem is we so welcoming and comfortable with other people. Oh yeah, they invited to the cookout. Oh, they can come to the cookout. You can't come to their cookout. And I'm not saying to be, I'm not speaking from a place of racism. I'm just saying, bro, we are the number one community that'll forgive anything. That'll forgive anything. But other communities want your head on a chopping block. They don't play by their people, their traditions, or their customs. You violate your head on the chopping block. And that's why we don't get respected. Because it's violent and as emotional as we can be at times, ultimately they see us as being pushovers. Because they can put the wool over our eyes.
That's true.
You know? Hey, Tierney. Yes, indeed. That's why they told Beyonce, no, ma'am, when she decided to do country. Said, that ain't country. No, yeah.
And still don't accept it. That's why they exposed that Jay-Z was the one that bought all her streams or something like that, didn't it?
Yep.
Can they have Elon Musk to expose that?
I don't know if it was Elon, but yeah, that's crazy. Them folks.
Somebody told him he was just crazy enough they knew he would expose it.
Mm-hmm.
So they was still letting, that was their way of letting it be known, but known she still didn't belong. They hyped her up.
Exactly. When we really realized that, you know what I'm saying, we control the traffic and stop trying to get scraps off their table. Man, come on, man. It's gonna be a shift. It's gonna be a shift, like Tequila just said. That's why they told Beyonce, no, ma'am, when she decided to do country. You big over there with your kind, but not over here. Come on, man.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Let me let them out.
All right. But in the same token, you can get a blonde-haired white boy from Detroit and folk swear he top 5 all time in the rap game. Ain't nobody gonna say, "Oh, you good with rhymes, but you ain't you ain't a rapper. You good for your kind." You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Even even his even his form of pain music don't come across well with what we do. He's a talented individual, hella talented. Well, we so accepting of everybody, bro. And them, not so much. Not so much. But yeah, shout out to Trap Lord Ross for that documentary. 2 hours and 37 minutes of just mind-blowing information. Like how he from across the water get that type of information, you know, and break it down so effortlessly. You know, shout out to Memphis Scene 88. Don't know where he at, but up until yesterday, he had the best documentary on the hip hop culture in Memphis and gang culture in Memphis. I think Trap Lord Ross just took that throne. So Post Malone used us to get where he is and then disassociated himself. Post Malone, a young rapper out of Nashville by the name of Haystack, back in the early 2000s. Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll is a damn icon now. But Jelly Roll was rapping that gangster shit. It didn't go over well, so he went with his people. And now look at him. Jelly Roll damn near Christian artist. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's crazy. We control the traffic, man. We control the traffic. But we let these folk commandeer our lane. Don't let that go over your head. We let these folk commandeer our lane. They take it and they run with it. And it's the best thing since sliced bread. Crazy work, ain't it? Crazy work. Yes, indeed. But yeah, fam. I love that documentary. I wasn't even intended to look at it, but I said, you know what? Let me check this out to go to sleep on it. And it was very, I mean, it's nothing that we really didn't know ahead of time, but the way it was put together was awesome. And then True Results made the doc. He included True Results in the doc. So salute to True Results, man. A lot of people feel a way about True Results, but True Results, hey, I'm telling you that consistency will take you somewhere. The best ability is dependability. You know what I'm saying?
They said he got death threats behind Bond.
Yeah, he did. But man, that shit, man, it ain't going nowhere. It ain't going nowhere. And them threats ain't. Yeah.
I was going to say, but who's going to?
Yeah, who gonna move on that?
Because Dirk ain't. Even if he get out, he ain't gonna want to move on nothing for a long time.
Right.
If he get out, I kind of think if Dirk get out, he, you know.
And it wasn't Dirk, it was just fans. You know what I'm saying? Just fans. Ain't nobody gonna move on that.
No, I'm talking about as far as Dirk case. What are they saying that they got on Dirk? Do they have anything concrete?
I don't, man. Listen, Dirk. It might not be a cut and dry as a lot of folks think. And I'm telling you, Drew Finland ain't the $1 million lawyer for nothing. They pretty much got the lead prosecutor all but taken off the case because of the simple fact he was not even authorized to preside or prosecute this because his position was interim, temporary. They found a loophole. So it may go, it still might go through without a hitch, but yeah, that's crazy. The main person leading the charge was not even qualified to do so.
Mm.
Have you
I
seen
tell
the
you, well, but they got another prosecutor on there now, don't they? But is he as dedicated?
Right, right. Yeah, True do be having info. He does have info. You know what I'm saying? True, yeah. He does have info. A lot of folks mock the presentation, but like I said, the best ability is dependability. And you can count on True. He gonna drop something. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he stayed on the Young Dog case every day consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. Said Dirk and his lawyer have a $12 million lawsuit for his pain and suffering. Okay. That's crazy. Said Newsbreak sent it. I can believe that. I can believe that. Because they keep having to supersede the indictment because of a lot of the stuff that they done put on it. Just wasn't true. And I think I really think they grasping for straws. The Stephon, they done brought the Stephon Mack case in. They probably gonna bring in this FBG Cash case. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go check that out, XO Tequila. I'm gonna see what's going on with it. Yes, indeed.
What they say, he said I seen Dirk and his lawyer have a $12 million lawsuit for his pain and suffering.
Mm-hmm. She was saying there's a video where they showed Dirk set up Vaughn to be deleted. I just don't believe that though. That's my whole thing. Why would you backdoor somebody and then put your life on the line to go get the people that you hired to backdoor them? You know what I'm saying? That's my only thing. You know, the whole thing about Dirk causing any type of calamity or harm to Vaughn kind of went out the window when you seen what the feds presented. You know, that's my only thing. Why would we hire somebody to take Vaughn out and then hire people to take the people that took Vaughn out? You know, it's crazy. I check it out. I definitely will. Definitely will.
Who did that video?
Black Balloon.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. The guy that paid the ransom, dad was in the car with them. Okay. I'll check it out. Neo, what's up with it? Salute to your family. I just watched the video, and as soon as the video was over, immediately it sent me over to Miss T Live. No notification needed. That's what I'm talking about. They're getting you back into the algorithm. Yes.
Shout out to YouTube because I thought they had me. What they call it, blackballed or
Yeah, shadow band.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
I tell you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been peaceful, much peaceful on YouTube these days.
It have. You know what I'm saying? It might spike up though, because you know what I'm saying, this check right here gonna be the December check. So you know how they for They're gonna be the
they get them some jobs though. Because it's people hiring for seasonal work.
Yeah. All right. That's the reason why I have these motherfuckers on YouTube, because they don't want to work. For real. Yeah. My Thanksgiving YouTube check finna be so crazy. I might give me some chicken broth and beef bouillon cubes for the Thanksgiving dinner. I might have a little leftovers for some cranberry sauce. Oh, boy.
I tell you, then they say the people they're gonna go ahead and stop. They're gonna go ahead and give them their food stamps.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Oh, thank the Lord for that. I'm talking about I ain't getting on, but I'm talking about for those because you know a lot of people were scared, especially a lot of the seniors.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Some of these folks just waiting on a reason to take something. folk got $50 worth of food stamp every month. Talking about they finna break in the grocery store. These folk out of control.
I'm telling you, when they could have went and made that $50 in a day at a job,
For real.
the ones that can work.
Do a ride and roller set or something. Do
So I
something.
think he even mentioned that FBG Duck told Vaughn his days was numbered with Dirk.
Dang. Yeah, I might have to check it out for real.
So the Trap Lord didn't do that one.
Nah, that's Black Balloon.
I never heard of them.
Yep.
A lot of people don't like to listen to the other guy, but he be on point because he used to be around Dirk and them. What's his name?
Trenches.
Trenches. Yeah, I think Trenches is pretty accurate.
Yeah, I get to you. The feds thought he was too. The feds said, "Yeah, Trenches knew he the one."
Shout out to Trenches. I like him.
Yes, indeed.
November food stamps won't go out until they ain't gonna give them out until January.
What?
I thought they said they was gonna give them out this month.
Yeah, they came through yesterday. They said they came through. No, they came through Friday night and said they were gonna give November benefits out. I don't know. That sounds crazy right there. That defeat the whole purpose.
Yeah, that defeats the whole purpose.
That's crazy. Oh, okay. Yes, indeed. Yeah, that would defeat the whole purpose if that's the case. But you know, these folks so crazy these days. That's another documentary that I was watching, basically saying that Jizzle was the poster boy for the feds coming to Memphis under the Repeat Offenders Act.
I wonder why they try to put everything on Jizzle. Who said that?
Pop a lot, Mob Ties. He do good content too. He do real good content. I react to a lot of his stuff.
It was so much stuff happening before Jizzle was even discovered. Jizzle wasn't the one that was putting out all that money to put hits on people.
No, he was taking them though. I'm pretty sure he took one or two.
CMG, the reason that the feds came to Memphis.
CMG. Lord have mercy, them folk don't get a break.
You know they ain't getting down over here.
Yeah, dog. I don't blame you one bit. Oh boy.
What's Cypress at? He'll come out the bushes for that one.
Cypress has been in here. I don't know where he went to. Ball don't start for another hour and 15 minutes.
What happened? What started?
Football.
Oh, football happened today.
Mm-hmm.
Today.
Mm-hmm.
Who playing?
I shit everybody. I don't know. Like I told you, we watch football on Saturdays down here.
What's that? The college teams.
Yeah. So
So be quiet. So college come on Friday, on Saturdays, and NFL come on Sundays.
right. Mm-hmm. Tyrann is Eagles and Cypress. I don't know who Cypress root for. Do we root for the? He might root for the Steelers. I think there's a lot of Steelers fans in Memphis.
When is the Titans playing? That's who I'm rooting for. That's who's gonna take the Super Bowl.
Is it the Titans? Nah. Nah.
The Titans gonna take the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Tyrann said her Eagles play Monday. I'll be checking for now. I can't check for that. I'm probably gonna do a live stream Monday. So Jackson State won yesterday. That's good. Jackson State good.
Mm-hmm.
They damn good.
How has the team been doing since Dion took it over in Colorado?
Good. They've been doing real good. Now, how is Dion doing? Somebody need to go check his pulse. Because he getting their beat out the frame.
Really? Dion?
Yes. Last week I turned it on in the second quarter and it was 40-0 in the second quarter. I said, Jesus.
But they'll probably have his job up real soon.
You know it. Then last night I think they got beat like 45-7 or something like that. But yeah, they having a rough time. I hate that. Because I really wanted him to be successful in what he had going. But
they said Karachi got him discombobulated. You know, that's Chris Brown's ex-girlfriend. I'm sure she do.
Karuchi?
Karuchi.
Yeah. Dion, so he don't recruit. He don't, you know, like Nick Saban will go to your house, do the Cupid shuffle, eat some Rotel dip and chicken wings. You know what I'm saying? Dion won't do that.
Dion's sick. Then he just get his leg cut off.
No.
I thought that he just got his leg cut off.
No, Dion had something going on with his kidneys, but he still got both his legs.
Oh.
Jesus. Yeah, he's still walking. He's still walking. Oh, Lord.
I thought that's what I thought. I thought he had his leg cut off.
No, he didn't have a toe or two amputated, but he ain't had no. Nah, he's straight. Y'all been watching NLE Chopper go damn ape shit about Young Boy. This is crazy.
He was going at Dirk, wasn't he?
No, he was going at Young Boy.
He said something about Dirk too, I think, didn't he? Because they're saying that Dirk's wife responded to India.
No, I don't know. I had to check and see. I know Honeycomb came back and said, "Hey man, your little skitter head ass need to shut the hell up, man." Yeah, he said that man had helped so many people. He done helped so many people since he been out. And he have. I ain't even gonna lie. He helped a herd of people. But yeah. It was funny how he did it. Shout out to Brazy. Brazy just keep dropping music. He dropped something last night and it was fire. Yeah, Brazy need to drop this album and get his paperwork together. Yeah, somebody will definitely pick Dion up. Yeah, for nothing but the brand. Dion. Yeah.
He helped their college.
Of course. Of course. So shit. Yeah, they got blown out 2 weeks straight. He got a freshman quarterback, so you know what I'm saying. The better the more age that quarterback get, they'll be better. They'll be better, but they got to recruit better, and they got to stop being the hierarchy when it comes to coaching. Go to some coaching clinics, find out something, rub elbows with some big dogs, cause this shit here ain't looking good. Oh boy, yes indeed. Then they doing his son so dirty in the NFL. It's ridiculous.
Is his son with Colorado?
No, his son.
No, his son in the NFL. Why they doing him dirty?
I don't know. Maybe it's some I don't know. It's politics, definitely. But I mean, the quarterback that's playing in front of him is horrible, and they won't give Shador a chance. It's crazy. It's crazy. They just got him over there dying on the vine, so to speak. I think they got an off week this week, so he ended up going back to Colorado and linking up with his dad. They're happy to see him.
Lord have mercy. Honeycomb Brazy is talking bad about NHL or whatever his name.
Yeah, NLE.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. NLE a little weird, you know. A little weird.
Why he mad at NBA YoungBoy?
Because he the hottest thing going right now, and I feel like he's just trying to manufacture some beef. They said the NBA YoungBoy Master Tour has generated the most. It has generated to the point where it's one of the top 10 U.S. tours in history. In history. That's crazy.
What you think happened to Big U son?
Street life, man.
You don't think he ain't nothing to do with him?
It might. I think it might be isolated to the son. You know, I think it may be isolated to the son. Shit, why would anybody want to come at Big U? Yeah, Big U. They said Big U got almost 70 people lining up to testify against him. Yeah.
They said Big U got people lining up to testify against him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's up, Miss Steph? Roll Tide. Yeah. So I think it might have been isolated, honestly. You know, had it been
had his own stuff going on.
Exactly. Neil said, I heard that Big U son was on Fig. They said you don't need to be there. They said you don't need to be there if that's not your set. Well, that's true. That's true. That's true. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't want to be on Fig or shit. No way you don't supposed to be. If you Hoover, you don't need to be on Slauson. But it's crazy. I hate that.
Hey, Stephanie.
Yes. What Miss Stephanie wrote in the comments that Miss T?
She said, "Roll Tide for life."
I just wanted to hear you say it. Yes, Lord. Yeah. My boys doing okay. They doing okay. Yes, indeed. So with straight to the point.
But it seemed like Brazy. Every time Brazy, I looked at Brazy, dropped the video, I believe yesterday or something. It said 400,000. Like his stuff go up quick.
Yes, I told you, Brazy the people's champ. People don't believe that. He legit the people's champ. You have artists where you have people that talk against them and people that talk for them. Brazy probably the only artist that I've seen where folks talk for him. Shut the screen. Shut the screen.
Oh, you got something in the back?
Yep.
Thank you for becoming a member, Cooking.
Like, I am in the tub on big boy. I am chilling. I don't want no smoke with nobody. I don't want no smoke with nobody. I'm just rapping, dog. I'm just rapping my life, bruh. Damn, nigga, I can't rap my life. You was tripping. You acting like you want me to go back to the old me, nigga. Chill out. You know me, bruh. Like, nigga, I'm rapping my life. That's all I'm doing. You heard me? I'm my child nigga way, bruh. It like, bitch, I'm on one. You heard me? Like, I'm rapping my life. You nigga mad about me telling the truth. Them niggas went in the courtroom and told the truth. You niggas ain't trip. Matter of fact, on my grandma, your little ass went in the courtroom and told the truth too, dude. So chill out.
I don't know who he talking about.
I don't even know why I was going live about a rat. I don't even know why I was arguing with the police. Like, you got no morals. You got no principles. You told on everybody, like, what the fuck I'm arguing with you for? I know you gonna tell on me. You told on your own daddy, stupid. I don't fuck with none of you niggas, nigga. I can't never fuck with you. You heard me? So you don't know what you expecting out of me. I don't fuck with none of you niggas, dude. You testing me and shit, talking about cuz I love you. I know I fucked up. You making posts about niggas and all that. Bruh, I don't fuck with you. Your daddy got my grandma and granddaddy killed. You my cousin, y'all true enough, but I can't never fuck with you in life, nigga. You heard me? Your daddy did that to my people. You heard me? Like, you was tripping, damn it. What you expecting out of me? Like, how can I can't never fuck with you, stupid. It just is what it is. I can love you and everything. I just can't fuck with you. So it is what it is, nigga. Like, fuck it. I ain't at your neck or nothing. I'm letting you live life. You better chill out, boy. I'm letting you live, boy. I ain't even on you. You heard me? I'm trying to respect my grandma and dad's side of shit. You know what I'm saying? But you know you're a hoe. You heard me? You know you're a hoe, boy. Chill out. You know that, man. Chill out, dude. I'm out this bitch, dude. Yeah.
Be quiet. You don't know who he's talking to? It sounds like me talking to like one of his cousins.
Yes, he talking to one of his cousins. His dad is kicking it. His dad was kicking it with the folks that sent the hit for his grandma and granddad. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he put that in the song. I don't know if it was the song he dropped last night or the song he dropped a few days ago. But he said ever since he did it, his cousin been blowing him up. So I guess that's it. I stopped shining. But yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Like, man,
So his cousin's daddy sent the folks to hit his grandmama and granddaddy?
His cousin daddy is kicking it in the penitentiary with the folks that did that.
Oh, but why are you mad at his cousin?
Because he said, I can't mess with you. Stop banging my line. You know what I'm saying? So I guess his cousin took to the internet and was saying that the shit was capped that Honeycomb was saying. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, but Cone, man, hey, it don't get no more authentic than Cone. I'm gonna tell you.
You know what? Cone learned, didn't it, when he was in jail? He don't want to mess with nobody. And I don't blame him. Look at how they did him.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, She Johnson? Look at how they did him. I'd be scared of everybody too. They set him up.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only person he is kicking it with is baby.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's because baby, it don't seem like he turned his back on him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He said baby was pilling him off 10 and 20,000 the whole time. Said baby basically joked his stay the last time he went to the feds on his last trip. So you can't be mad at that. That's love
They
right
still
there.
won't let baby sign him.
That's what it's looking like.
They like getting all their money from when he upload them videos and stuff. It's going to Jay Prince Jr.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I bet you they gave him an advance for all that. He done spent all the money probably in legal fees on that. And now they constantly getting paid.
Exactly. I hope he can get out from under that. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna come a day where he gonna get his just due, because you could see that little bro righteously trying to do right. He was doing it when he was out the last time. So I don't know.
What you think, baby? Why do you think baby was wanting to start with Master P on that stage? Master P wasn't studying him because he even tried to give him his props. He said, I ain't gonna lie, you did start that. He said, you know I started that, nigga.
Yeah, oh shit. Oh shit. That period, point blank. You know, old niggas can't let old shit go.
Was baby drunk? Is he drunk?
I don't know. I don't think he would. He might have been drunk. Yeah.
Have you heard OG Murder talk about Murder had me so tickled. Oh Lord have mercy. Murder crazy. They said baby just sassy.
Yeah, he something. You know when it started that nigga, me and nephew and them come out with 2 Rolexes. Humvees. Yeah, baby. But I will say, when it comes to that gangster shit, baby, that's where it started and it stopped at. You know what I'm saying? P, we all
He
know.
wasn't studying him, no, was it? He didn't even
No. And I give him his props because P gave him his props. Silk gave him his props. Man, Bird didn't want to hear that.
Every time they perform, you saw Bird face.
Yeah. The funniest one was when Mia went over there and he started talking about Turk. And she heard what he said and she cut her eyes at him.
Yeah, I wonder why he started talking about Turk like that. They say they suing Turk for $12 million. So I was just reading.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Gangster Williams like to been tickle me to death. He talked about Silk. I like Silk though, but he said the problem with Silk is Silk rap off beat. He said Silk like to do the song before they make the beat. He said he rewrite the song and rap the song before they even make the beat.
And I figured it out what it was about Silk. Silk rap so unorthodox, but then he come back over the top of the lyrics with the ad libs, and he raps so unorthodox on the verse to when he come with the ad libs, the ad libs don't catch up with what he's saying originally, and so it all sounds like gibberish. I you know, me being in the hospital the last week, I had a lot of time to do this little shit like that. I'm like, damn, that's what it is. He actually rapping good, but when he go to lay the ad libs, he can't catch his own self. Yeah, it's crazy.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Damn Silk.
I like Silk. It ain't my fault. Did I do that? It ain't my fault.
Yeah. But when you go back, you listen to that old No Limit stuff, man.
Then I got tickled. Then Master P turned around and went over across the stage to dab him down. I hollered.
Yep.
They didn't show it. He went over there and he gave, I guess he dabbed baby down too. They didn't show it though, because he went all the way over there.
Yeah, he did.
I would have liked to have seen baby's face.
Yeah, I would have too. They didn't show it. Lord knows they should have showed it.
Said P ain't stunning. He done went all the way across the stage.
Mm-hmm. He trying to be friendly as hell.
Mhm.
Yeah, nigga, you know it started that stunt, nigga. Oh. But Sip was right. He said that shit could not have happened 20 years ago at all, period. That shit
But
could
if they
not.
had, if they had beef going on, you never really heard a whole lot about it. It wasn't in the media like that.
Yeah,
Now,
because
the people in New Orleans might have knew, but they didn't keep it in the media like that.
right, because it was before the internet. But we knew.
Well, that's true.
It was before the internet, and we knew because we listened to the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Lil Wayne rapped back in the day. He said, and we like to dress in all black up in our residence. We ain't got on no suits because we ain't trying to be president. So what he was saying, if you notice on all them old No Limit covers, the niggas try to dress up like the Gambinos and the Mob, and all of them had big old suits on. And that was a diss. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Yeah. Baby said, F a thug girl. What he said? Yeah, he said F a thug girl. She can S my, you know what I'm saying? I need a hot girl to represent this hot boy shit. Well, No Limit had a song called Thug Girl. So, you know what I'm saying? So it was subliminal disses, but it wasn't nothing like, you know what I'm saying? Dolph said he was laid up in a hotel with Gotti baby mama for a month. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't nothing like that. You know what I'm saying?
No, Nas and Jay-Z did that.
Yeah, they did that and came back from it. Both of them still icons, still
Mhm.
eating good. You know what I'm saying? Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm. It was good they was able to come back from it. That's why I don't understand why Yo Gotti with his big block head, his big pregnant head, like they said, felt like that they could just kill a man, put a hit on a man to stop him from talking.
Right. And a lot of the bloodshed that came between Cash Money and No Limit was project beef. It wasn't record label beef.
Right.
But, you know what I'm saying? It was project beef. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy.
But Govan said, I was listening to Govan, he said that never happened. He said that it never happened, that Dolph was just antagonizing Gotti. He never slept with his baby mama.
Man, I ain't gonna believe nothing Govan said. Govan be lying his ass off.
Oh, she said he missing a chromosome, Miss T. He didn't know no better. I believe he is.
That nigga, boy, I tell you, I can't deal with Quit. I just can't. Oh, this nigga sit up here with a straight face and just lie his ass off. That's how I go. Oh my goodness. Mr. Not Guilty. Damn, bruh. I wouldn't do that shit. Like, if I'm legit not guilty, now think about this now. If I'm legit not guilty and didn't have nothing to do with this, I would not want to insult this man's family that got murdered. So that lets you know everything you need to know.
Yeah.
If you was found not guilty of a crime that you legit did not commit, you want to move on. You want to move past this and go on to do something different. Oh, no, man, you basking in it. You basking in it. That's why I feel the way I feel.
Yeah.
I ain't nobody now. So the way I feel on, you know what I'm saying? It ain't no skin off nobody's teeth the way I feel. I'm just saying that's the way I feel, and a lot of people feel the same way. You beat it, but you're not guilty. You're not guilty. There you go.
Right. Because
Mhm.
not what people think that not guilty means innocent. Not guilty don't mean innocent.
No. That just mean you didn't put a hell of a lawyer on the case.
Right.
Hmm. Or you got some incompetent lawyers on the other side of the bench.
That's what it was too. A both.
Mhm. Yeah. Man, I would have came and I would have.
Who was it that beat their cases and they never talked about them? Remember that guy? It happened right after O.J. Simpson's case. Blakely, that white guy. His wife's name was Blakely.
Kato Kalin.
No, this was a white guy that was in movies.
Oh.
I'm getting ready to tell you who it is. He never said a word. He died. The media never messed with him because he got off and never said a word.
Robert Blake, absolutely. Black Barbie.
That's what it was.
Yeah, he had the stabbing case, I think. Yeah, Robert Blake. Yeah, but only people like Quit would do shit like that. Mr. Not Guilty and go on a world tour trying to change the narrative on shit, erase history, tarnish folks' legacy. Man, you beat it, bruh. If you want to speak your life from your perspective, that's cool. But all them shots this nigga dropping and that shit crazy to me, man.
And he was sure enough guilty. He shot that lady in that car because she got pregnant. He had been messing around with her, and then she tried to take that baby and get child support. She was getting ready to try to take him down through there. He shot that lady and then turned around and raised the baby.
Damn.
He went on trial for it and he won. Never did an interview, never nothing.
Yep, I remember that. Yeah.
He died a couple years ago at 89. Lived his whole life out.
Mm-hmm. And 89.
I mean, and I don't
Nah,
know where the hell I get that from. I could have said maybe 99, but where did I get 89 from?
I know. Oh boy.
2003.
Okay. Yeah, man. Crazy work. Oh boy. It's all good though. People react differently to their own situations. And that's cool. That's cool. But Lord have mercy. I wouldn't handle it like that. I just wouldn't. But that's me though. I would have came out and thank God for preserving my freedom. I would have apologized to the Thornton family for them to have to endure all of this. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I would have did an interview, maybe 2. Took that bread, because that's probably more bread than I done seen in a long time, and did something with it. Flipped it. You know? Invested in a business.
He got box trucks.
Exactly. But that ain't what he want. He wanted to be giggity. He wanted to be Terrence Gangster Williams. And you simply don't have the charisma to pull that off. You just don't. It is what it is, though.
Giggity be going into OG murder things sometimes. They really be talking about him.
Yeah.
Oh my God, have mercy. Them two so funny.
And that's the reason why people like OG Murder, because of the simple fact that he don't take this shit serious. You
No,
know,
he don't.
he got pardoned from a life sentence. So his whole thing is, if we
He
can
sure
make
did. How did he get pardoned?
telling on the dead,
Oh, you talking about Giggity.
Giggity, yeah.
I thought you meant murder.
Mm-mm.
I'm trying to understand why they mad at Giggity for telling on the dead. I mean, hell, he had served a lot of years. He didn't tell on nobody living. He probably should have. Shit.
But exactly. They whole
He
thing is he
probably
told
should have
period.
held.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they whole thing is that he told period. So they, you know what I'm saying, they ain't tripping. But yeah. I said, well, damn, okay. Okay. But yeah, so ain't none of this really pressing to him. Like you said, if you grin, you win. So if you he even said that about Juvenile.
Shit.
I'm aggressive ass dog. You go. Oh god. What he doing?
Huh?
What he doing?
My puppies, they call themselves wrestling.
Oh, okay. I don't get it.
Ooh, they had to get on my nerve. They call themselves wrestling.
Oh Lord. But yeah. What Gangster said, Juvenile, you weak for what you did now. And you didn't call that man out. And then when he respond back, you know, you want to file paperwork. You know, the old adage is if you grin, you in. And that's facts. That's facts. It's the internet. You can't never take yourself too serious on the internet. You're never gonna get the proper respect you feel you deserve on the internet. You're only gonna get slander. You're gonna get praise and you're gonna get slander. There's no in between. You know what I'm saying? So when it come, because it's gonna come. Niggas talked about Jesus. So they damn sure gonna talk about you on this internet. And they ain't gotta show their face. They ain't gotta drop their address. Oh, they gonna pop it. Just know what it is when you see it. And let it roll off your back. Yes, indeed. Juby couldn't do it though. Juby said, fuck it, I'm filing paperwork. I'm getting them people involved.
Look, a murder. I was looking for where Murder was talking about Cash Money. He said baby wanted to start with P. Pete ignored him because Pete know he's sick. Oh my God. He said P ignored him. P know he's sick.
Lord have mercy.
He said, forget the words. Oh my God. OG Murder crazy.
Hey, and if you look at that verses again, you could tell he baby ain't even rapping half of that shit.
No, he ain't. He just pointing his finger like what them old folks used to do in church.
Yeah.
When people was singing.
Talking about some NBA rich gang. And whoever don't like it, F you, nigga. Nigga. You pushing 60. Chill with all that shit. Oh boy. That's the hardest old nigga ever. Oh boy.
Yeah, Black Butterfly was Robert Blake. Robert Blake ain't do nothing now interview. They couldn't catch him up in nothing.
Hey, you remember this song right here? Black Butterfly.
Denise Williams.
Eyes on fire. Man, I just love that song, man. I used to cry when that song came on.
Tony Braxton, like that money. Now they try to say Birdman broke. Tony Braxton wouldn't be married to him if he was broke. That's for
No,
sure.
Bird ain't broke. Yeah, Birdman will never be broke, man. Never be broke again. Yes, indeed. But yeah, I used to cry when that song came on. I was a little boy. Black butterfly. I was like, ooh. Boy. I might.
Anyways, y'all, I'm gonna get off of here. I've been on here 4 hours. I got a test to study for.
Yes, ma'am.
Today ain't the second, is it?
Today is the second. It's
Let me
all
make sure
thanks
that it's a test. This maybe it ain't. Maybe it's the 4th. I'm gonna see. I think it is the 4th or the 2nd. Like I said, I think this lady is really trying to keep me stressed. Due Tuesday. Okay, that's for my history, where I got an 8 average. Lord, please don't let me have the days mixed up. For my philosophy, I need a quiz. Let's see. Maybe not. Let's see.
Tequila. I probably go live in probably the next 30 minutes to an hour.
2nd. Today, November the 2nd at 11:59 p.m. It's
Right.
due 2, quiz 3, and quiz 4. Why she do this to me?
No. Low down
She can get
ass.
2 quizzes at one. Oh my God.
What she was doing?
Oh my God. What's wrong with you, boy? Why you doing all that? Oh my God.
I know. Lord have mercy.
Okay. November 2nd. There's something else due. Y'all got to pray for me in this philosophy class. She don't give me time to recuperate.
Lord, we come to you right now and we want to say whatever quiz that she put on Miss T, that it get returned to her motherfucking ass in less than 30 days. You got it. You got it. I know you got it.
Okay. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get off because it looked like I missed 2 assignments and this due too. All right, so I got 4 assignments. It's the type of stuff that keep me stressed out.
Yeah.
You see, she be giving them so fast, I be missing them. Anyways. She's gonna pull up YouTube and say you have 4 hours of stream. I tell you. All right, you all. Let me get off of here and study so I can take my I'm gonna let y'all know what I made tonight because I'm gonna study all the way up until 9 o'clock.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna do I wonder if I can reach out to some of my classmates. If I get their name, I can find their number and see if I could copy.
Damn.
I'm just kidding. Oh Lord, have mercy.
Well, there's always Chat GPT.
What's that?
Chat GPT, man. They got the answers. I heard. They got the answers. See, people be on Chat GPT saying, "Who gonna win tonight? The Broncos or the Seahawks?" Yeah, people be using Chat GPT to place bets and everything.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
It might could help me with this philosophy.
they could. Check them out. Chat GPT.
All right, you guys. I appreciate you coming up here. I appreciate you all tuning in. Now I thought I was getting ready to, oh Lord Jesus. And then it's got to be the philosophy class. Ugh. All right, y'all. I love y'all. Y'all make sure y'all pray for me that I pass my philosophy. I got four things to do, 4 tests to take in philosophy. Because she giving them every day. What teacher does that?
I know, right?
Anyways, y'all like, share, and subscribe. I love you all. Okay. I'll talk to y'all later.
Good luck.
Thank you.